Warm welcome, everyone. My name is Marcus Henriksson. I'm an equity research analyst at ABG Sundal Collier. It's time for another round of Investor Days, 2 days where we get the opportunity to listen to a wider range of companies that we cover at ABG. First out is Eastnine, a property company focused in the Baltics and Poland. And with us we have Kęstutis Sasnauskas, the CEO of Eastnine. I will stop there and leave the word to you.
Thank you very much, and it's very nice to be the first, whilst everybody is still awake. So what is actually Eastnine, and why we consider it to be a very, very exciting opportunity? Eastnine is a listed company in the Swedish Stock Exchange, Stockholm, Nasdaq, but it has all of its properties on the eastern side of the Baltic Sea and the southern part of the Baltic Sea now. And we focus merely on offices. But what is the actual case about us? And the case is probably very easily summarized in this graph. You see the yields. The yields are significantly higher in our part of the world, but they come with a combination of three very, very exciting factors. One is that the underlying businesses, most of the underlying businesses that inhabit modern offices is actually multinational. So it's an international companies as they are in Stockholm. They also, we also finance ourselves mainly with the Nordic banks, which means that our conditions are relatively similar. And the rent levels, of course, are significantly lower. So combination of higher yields, low rents, same financing conditions makes us as a real estate company quite compelling, and the story of real estate as such very compelling, especially in the light of ongoing convergence and growth in the underlying markets. If we go to our first quarter results, we actually had record results during this first quarter. Our sales are up 45%, but we are mostly proud, of course, is the profit from property management that is growing by 70%. So almost twice the speed of our turnover. And here we see very, very clearly the scale effects of adding new modern properties in our portfolio. Even on like-for-like basis, and even have been affected by the increased interest rates, our actually profit from property management is growing 26% compared to Q4 last year. And this is, of course, driven mainly by larger portfolio, of course, only in comparison for Q1. But we also perform better on all parameters: occupancy, rent levels, and of course, there is some negative in terms of value change of properties, but this is mainly driven by the increased yield requirement in the Baltic market. And our properties are valued approximately 30 bips up compared to Q4. We are ongoing discussions in MFG. We can come back to that a bit later. So if you look on basically the macro situation, the Baltic markets and Polish markets have been developing faster compared to the Northern Europe, faster compared to EU average in general. We had a smaller dip in our markets compared to EU average during the pandemic, faster recovery. But if you look basically on any single timeline, the Baltics and especially Polish market have been growing faster over time, since basically the collapse of the Soviet Union. The convergence have been taking place, and the economic activity has been growing. We have very high inflation in our markets. We have very little tools in the Baltics to manage the inflation because of the countries are in Eurozone and basically do not have any significant tools other than taxes, which are quite unpopular to do. But Poland has its own currency, its own central bank, so they have been able to manage it a bit better. Strong employment figures. We actually see the record high discrepancy, at least last year, we've seen between the sort of job vacancies. Still have very, very high job vacancies and some of the higher unemployment in the Baltics compared to Poland. Poland has always had very low unemployment rate. The other important factor I've talked about is actually the rent levels. So the rents have been quite steady over the time, but now started picking up in Vilnius. It's the first quarter we see actually a significant increase in Vilnius rents. And this is mainly driven by partially inflation adjustments, but also increased construction costs. So basically all the new stock is coming at a significantly higher price. We still see no clear trend in vacancies. You could see that, okay, vacancies are pretty high, but at the same time, we see a very, very big discrepancy today in vacancy between better located properties, which are almost full, and worse located properties that are becoming more and more empty. So the worse quality you have, the more difficult it is to lease out, and the more difficult it is actually to bring people into those offices. So for us, having a very modern stock, we're actually experiencing record low vacancies. You can see in our figures that actually our vacancy is merely 3%. The yields on the rise, of course, they have been compressing over time, as all the markets, but the Baltic yields have always been around 200-300 bips above the Nordics, and Polish, probably, if you look for regional cities, is 300-400 bips above the Nordics. So where are our properties? You can see basically where Stockholm is, Helsinki, and our plan is to build a portfolio on the eastern flank of the Baltic Sea, with Vilnius being our biggest hub today. Around 67% of all property value is there, then followed by Poznan and Riga. But actually, this yellow line is the planned, or is being constructed at the moment, is the Trans-Baltic Railway, which will increase the infrastructural integration of the Baltics with the Western Europe. And we want to be along this line. And it's no strange why we have Poznan property there as well. Poznan is actually closer to Berlin than it's to Warsaw. And it's a very exciting region, as we see. So you can expect us doing deals in basically all of this eastern flank. Today we have 14 properties, 183,000 square meters of space, and approximately 600 million euros in property value. Distributed by different types of tenants: ICT, finance, e-com. We take questions at the end if it's okay. And then we have retail and other services. Approximately 25% of our contracts will expire within the next 2 years, but it doesn't mean that they will be vacated. It means that they will be just renegotiated, most of them. If you look on our sustainability work, 94% of our floor space is environmentally certified today, and it's also environmentally certified in the highest brackets, LEED Platinum or BREEAM Outstanding. Green leases constitute approximately 68% of our portfolio, and what I'm mostly proud of actually that we consider 91% of our revenue today EU taxonomy compliant, which is a very big thing. In GRESB, we ranked 92 points, very close to the top Swedish peers. In Allbright, we are 6th place out of 355 listed companies, and Great Place to Work we rate very high. It means that we have very motivated, very strong team and reliable team to bring this company even further. So basically going back a little bit to our quarterly figures and our development lately, occupancy rate is reaching almost 97% during the quarter, 6 percentage points compared to Q1 last year, 0.3 points compared to Q4. So we continue on a strong lease out, and this is especially important given the sort of the worries about the office future and so on. You see that actually post-pandemic we actually continue lease out and continue see strong demand for our properties. Average rent level increased, 6% compared to Q1 last year, and 5.2% compared to Q4. Surplus ratio, överskottsgrad, is up to 93%, which is very, very high compared to Swedish standards. This is mainly driven by triple net leases and means that actually the cost inflation doesn't hit us as much as long as we have properties leased out, because most of the cost is actually moved to the tenants. And it also increased 5 percentage points just because of the higher lease out ratio. Value of property portfolio decreased somewhat, but still up compared to last year. So if you look at our financials, as mentioned before, rental income grows 45%, which is really high. But again, profit from property management up 70%, which makes our results best ever operationally. And if you look on our earnings capacity, which is probably the most important figure that we want to show, especially with this very fast-growing portfolio, is actually now compared to last year, year-end figures, we expect to grow approximately 6% in revenue and 8% in profit from property management. So you see the sort of still there is a scale effect, even though there is no new additional properties in this kind of estimate at the moment. Doesn't mean that we will not buy. Just doesn't look. It's a picture shows you basically. This picture shows you the situation as if nothing would happen, basically, as it is today. If you look on valuations, a 30 bp increase in the yield rate resulted in a decrease of property value. But other than that, I mean, we had a certain increases. We've been quite conservative on increasing the values overall. Well, everybody is in this today. If you look on the financing structure, the interest rate is around 3.8%, so it's growing. And net LTV 52, ICR increased mainly as a result of indexation and higher average rent level. Loan maturity is 2.1, and average interest maturity is 1.7. Approximately 1/3 of our loans are actually unhedged. The rest is fixed interest. So why is 9? You can see we are actually a growing company coming from a relatively low level, so we can continue growing quite fast for some time and build up our portfolio. We actually, once we built our portfolio, we also increase the profit from property management, and we see very, very big scale effects actually of adding new properties. Because as we have already the full-scale organization, adding new modern property with triple net leases basically trickles down to the bottom line. So the bottom line should be growing much faster than the top line. Long-term equity grew from 116 just 5 years ago to 241, and dividends per share also increased. So basically on this, I open up for questions.
Perfect, thank you. I guess we could maybe start with the floor if we had any question there initially.
What's the timeline regarding the railway?
And I will also update it so we get it on screen. So what is the timeline for the railway in the Baltic?
Yeah, there are some delays in it. I think 2030 was the sort of original plan to have it up and running. And now we hear from here and there that some of those are delayed for some years, but we'll see. I think some parts will probably start functioning by 2030. But there is interconnection between the 3 countries, and 3 countries build their own, so to speak, network. So, but we still hope that it will happen.
Thank you. I will start off. You seem quite confident that you will do some M&A, some acquisitions. As we saw there are a few cities that you're currently not have any presence in. You also have a target to reach property value of 700 million euro. You're at 590, as you show here, by the end of Q1. How should we look at this target in terms of current cash flow, potential divestments? that
Well, I
free up
mean,
cash flow?
the biggest game changer for us, of course, is our exit in Melon, which we are working on. And should that happen quite soon, then we have all the potential actually to increase our property portfolio by almost 400 to 500 million euros. Additionally, and relatively quickly, because the market has changed. Now it's the buyer's market rather than sort of the seller's market. So we see much more offerings in the market, and they're becoming more and more attractive. So we definitely see a potential there, but it depends very much on Melon. Should Melon not happen, probably that target will not be reached this year, and we will need to sit down and think, how do we grow further and how do we develop further.
Makes sense. Then I note that you have a bond maturing in July 24. We've seen several companies in the sector that my view is that the banks are quite supportive with current existing debt, but they are not keen to roll in maturing bonds into bank debt. What's your take on your refinancing with MFG as a divestment and without MFG as a divestment?
Yeah, I mean, if MFG happens, then it's pretty easy and pretty clear. I think if MFG doesn't happen, we are looking at various alternatives. And of course, we have the same alternatives that any real estate company. Maybe increase some of the financing. Of course, there is possibility maybe that the bond market will open up and rolling would be possible. Depends a little bit on the cost of it. But if that doesn't happen, we also prepare liquidity to be able to basically refinance it from own funds.
Are you able to increase more into bank debt, or are you quite
There is a
high
possibility because in general, we amortize quite a lot. So there is a possibility partially to increase the debt. There's also a possibility to, do any divestments at the same time. So I mean, there's plenty of opportunities.
As we saw by the presentation, you have very strong operational performance. It's a bit divergence versus other companies in the sector, even though it's different sub-markets and different countries. But you are performing very high level now. What could you still improve, or should we view it as there is more risk that occupancy could decrease from here?
Well, I think the occupancy will probably always move up and down a little bit. I think we're working quite hard. We still have a possibility to increase the occupancy, and we still see a relatively strong demand on the premises as such. The general trend probably is that people are decreasing somewhat of their space, but if you look at most of our clients, actually they are recruiting. So if you look on basically any kind of internet site for recruitment, you would probably recognize most of our tenants on those sites. So they're still employing quite actively. They're probably not increasing more space per se, so they're trying to be more efficient, as most of the companies. But what we see is very, very clear trend, as I mentioned before, that there's a very big move towards higher quality premises, even if they are smaller, but you want to offer other services, better location, better, more attractive building, and so on and so on. So from that perspective, we see basically the same trend all across the Nordics as well. We see in Stockholm still signing, people signing still record leases. In the central locations, while in the suburbs you probably see higher vacancies. And that's exactly the same situation as we see in the Baltics.
And what would you say are the catalysts? Why do we see that change, that we see a big discrepancy between secondary location and prime location here in say, late 22 into 23?
Well, I think flight for quality, the office, you need to offer something more today for employees to come back. Of course, you can say that, we have much easier commute in the Baltics. In general, we probably have not as good living standards, so it's more, it's nicer to go to the nice office than to work from home. People live a bit in a smaller space in general, and compared to the Nordics. But overall, and we see a lot of companies actually hiring and growing. And of course, when you grow, it's very important to build your culture. And the easiest way today to build your culture is actually to have people in the office coming and actually transfer the knowledge and so on and so on. So from that perspective, we believe that demand will stay. The exposure in the sectors for us is very much IT, banking, and e-com. And all of those have been performing extremely well over this period. We see some slowdown in sort of industrial production and so on as a result of the overall economic slowdown in Western Europe and slowing demand. But for the IT services, we see still a very, very strong demand for programming and so on.
Last question for someone that's not so familiar about the Baltics listening in. You mentioned the higher property yields, and you mentioned that you can work with the Nordic banks, and that GDP growth has historically been higher post the Soviet collapse. But could you mention any other like cultural difference, why it's more interesting to be in a property market in the Baltics, or
being Lithuanian is very difficult to say very big cultural difference. I mean, of course there are cultural differences, and all three Baltic countries are different, and Poland is different in some respects. But in general, I think what we see is the sort of very long-term convergence trend that has been going on, and it's now probably even accelerating more and more with the higher integration. Of course, the region has been affected by the war. The effect, everything that comes that's horrible with the war has also, there is kind of, on the property side, there's been kind of more positive because there's more demand for apartments, there's more demand for living space, but there's also pushed the demand for properties as well, office properties, because we see a number of clients moving from Belarus, moving from Ukraine, partially part of the operations to this region, so from that perspective, it wasn't so negative for us, but perception, of course, affects the valuations and probably the investor interest as well. But in general, I mean, underlying business is doing very well. But I think the long-term convergence is the key story, and especially now when we are in the world where probably there will be more nearshoring of services, more nearshoring of production, where Poland has a very, very strong base and very high potential for that. We'll probably see continuously strong demand and continuously strong growth in that market.
Very interesting. Thank you for that, and thank you for listening in. We will be back shortly with the next company. Thank you.
Jättebra, välkomna tillbaka till er i rummet och välkomna tillbaka till er på länken också. Mitt namn är Fredrik Stensved, jag är aktieanalytiker på ABG, täcker fastighetsbolag och utvecklare, bland annat Aros Bostad som är nästa bolag vi har här idag. Och vi har Magnus Andersson, vd hos oss. Så scenen är din.
Tack så mycket. Ja, tack för kul att vara här. Jag heter Magnus Andersson och är vd på Aros Bostad. Och för oss som inte känner oss, vi är en bostadsutvecklare. Vi är aktiva i Storstockholmsregionen och Uppsala. Vi bygger både bostadsrätter och hyresrätter. Bolaget grundades 2006 och vi har vuxit relativt kraftigt de senaste 5-10 åren. Vi har idag en produktionsvolym på ungefär 1400 bostäder i pågående produktion. Och det gör oss till en av de större bostadsutvecklarna i Stockholmsregionen. Vi har en preferensaktie som är noterad på Stockholmsbörsen sedan 2018. Och vi har en stamaktie som noterades på Nasdaq First North i juni 2021. Jag tänkte i min presentation gå in, inte fokusera på den kvartalsrapport som vi släppte för en dryg vecka sedan, vår Q1-rapport. Men innan jag gör det så tänkte jag beskriva lite kontexten vi är i. Vi är ju som vi alla vet i en väldigt utmanande bostadsmarknad. Vi har varit i drygt ett år nu, egentligen sedan kriget bröt ut i Ukraina i februari förra året. Extremt utmanande marknad, bostadsrättsmarknaden har ju bromsat in kraftigt, priserna har fallit. Vi har stor osäkerhet kring inflation och räntor som har påverkat oss mycket. Vi på Aros Bostad, vi har gjort ett antal grepp för att hantera den här vikande bostadsrättsmarknaden som vi såg komma ganska tidigt. Och en av de viktigaste affärerna vi gjorde förra året, det var att vi sålde ett stort antal projekt, eller 4 stycken större projekt med ett stort antal bostäder, nästan 900 bostäder som hyresrätter till en internationell investerare som heter Patricia. Och det är alltså projekt som vi skulle ha genomfört som bostadsrätter men som vi sålde som hyresrätter till en prisnivå som var likt den vi skulle fått för om vi hade genomfört projekten som bostadsrätter. På det sättet har vi kunnat genom den här svaga bostadsrättsmarknaden kunnat produktionsstarta projekt, vi har säkrade intäkter och vi har kunnat vinstavräkna projekten. Så det har varit en otroligt viktig del av vårt sätt att hantera den här vikande bostadsrättsmarknaden. Innan Patricia-affären gjorde vi också en liknande affär på samma sätt 1 år tidigare till CBRE, men en betydligt mindre affär. Så i den kontexten så levererar vi ett starkt rörelseresultat under kvartalet. Vi har nästan fördubblat rörelseresultatet, nästan 50 miljoner i Q1. Vi har ökat produktionsvolymerna, vi har lyckats starta ytterligare ett hyresrättsprojekt i kvartalet. Och vi har ökat omsättningen. Bruttomarginalen, det är ett nyckeltal vi har i vår affärsplan. Vi ska hålla 20% bruttomarginal i våra projekt. Vi kommer in på 19%. Det tycker vi är väldigt nöjda med givet alla de osäkerheter vi har haft i marknaden under det här året. Och när det kommer då till försäljningen så ser ni ett nyckeltal där 91% sålda eller bokade bostäder i pågående produktion. Normalt så ligger man på 60-70% och vi ligger då på extremt höga tal här. Och det beror ju på nummer 1 att vi har hyresrättsportföljen som vi har som vi har produktionsstartat. Och det innebär att när vi startar de projekten så är 100% sålt. Då håller uppe bokningsgraden. Plus att vi då under den här perioden som varit inte startat några bostadsrättsprojekt alls i princip. Vi har helt nedprioriterat bostadsrättsaffären. Haft väldigt lite bostadsrätter ute i marknaden och det gör att vi har en hög säljgrad på 91% av de nästan 1400 projekt eller enheter som är i pågående produktion. Så 1392 enheter i pågående produktion fördelat på 18 bostadsprojekt. Den sista som jag kommer komma in på nästa bild, det handlar egentligen om marknaden då. Att nu har vi då som jag beskrev kortsiktigt kan man säga nedprioriterat bostadsrättsaffären. Vi har växlat över till hyresrätter. Av det vi har i pågående produktion så är idag majoriteten hyresrätter. Vår kärnaffär är bostadsrättsaffären och det vi börjar se nu det är en viss, vi kallar det stabilisering av bostadsmarknaden i Stockholm. Om man tittar på bostadsrättspriserna, Stockholms innerstad, Storstockholmsregionen så steg de under första kvartalet med mellan 3-4%. Sista kvartalet förra året så var priserna i Storstockholmsregionen plus minus noll, alltså stillastående. Så vi börjar se en viss positiv trend uppåt. Vi tittar mycket på det vi kallar boprisindikatorn som är den här grafen. Och den mäter hushållens förväntningar på om priserna kommer att falla eller stiga. Och psykologi är en väldigt viktig faktor i bostadsmarknaden, det vet vi alla om. Och för första gången börjar vi nu se att i Stockholmsregionen så är det faktiskt en övervägande del av hushållen som tror på stigande priser igen. Prisfallet som man pratar om vi hade ju en peak i februari förra året 2022. Sen har priserna då fallit tillbaka. Och i Stockholmsregionen så är prisfallet nu 9%. Det var nere på 13%. Sen har det då stigit under första kvartalet. Så vi har en positiv trend. Vi har ett något förbättrat marknadssentiment. Men vi har fortsatt en väldigt avvaktande marknad. Och den här avvaktande och osäkra marknaden är helt kopplad till inflationen, räntorna. Våra kunder fattar sina beslut ganska långt innan man flyttar in i nyproduktion. Då vill man veta hur förutsättningarna ser ut när man ska göra sin bostadsaffär när man flyttar in. Nu börjar vi kanske närma oss, beror på vad som händer här i juli, piken på räntehöjningarna. Och vi tror att när vi får en stabilitet i både inflation och räntor, då kommer vi att kunna få en mer varaktig återhämtning på bostadsrättsmarknaden. Vår prognos är att kanske mot slutet på hösten kan vi börja se det i Stockholmsregionen. En annan viktig faktor, det är den sista punkten på den här bilden. Det handlar om att vi idag är i en miljö där antalet byggstarter i Stockholm faller extremt kraftigt. Vi pratar 70-80% jämfört med 2022. Därför att ingen startar projekt. Och det kommer att innebära att långsiktigt, 2024 och framåt, så kommer vi att ha en situation i Stockholm där vi har ett extremt lågt utbud på nyproducerade bostäder. Och det kommer att driva efterfrågan. Så det gör att vi långsiktigt ser att det här förutsättningarna för den långsiktiga efterfrågan på bostadsrätter i Stockholm är väldigt god. Lite kort om försäljningen. Jag har egentligen redan beskrivit det. Vi har ju då, som jag beskrev, en väldigt hög bokningsgrad, 91% sålda bostäder i pågående produktion. Om man rensar bort hyresrätten och tittar bara på bostadsrättsaffären så har vi nästan 80% sålt. Det är ju ett resultat av att vi har nedprioriterat, som jag sa, bostadsrätter. Vi har en väldigt liten volym bostadsrätter till försäljning i kvartalet, mellan 70-80 bostäder. Och vi sålde 10, vilket är naturligtvis en väldigt låg siffra, nästan 9 gånger lägre än samma kvartal föregående år. Men det är ett helt enligt plan så att säga. Vi har under kvartalet lämnat över många bostäder till våra kunder. Och det är värt att kommentera. När vi var inne på den tidigare svackan vi hade 2018-2019 hade ett ganska stort antal kunder som inte kunde tillträda sina bostäder. Det har vi inte sett nu. Utan den konverteringsgraden som vi har från bindande avtal till att kunderna faktiskt tillträder är väldigt hög. Så vi har haft ett stort antal tillträden. Och vi har också efter kvartalets utgång lämnat över det första hyresrättsprojektet. Det är en del av det som ingick i affären med CBRE efter kvartalets utgång. Och alla de här faktorerna gör att vi kommer att få en positiv likviditetspåverkan under året. Och som jag var inne på tidigare då, så är det nu prioriterat för oss att i takt med att marknaden nu återhämtar sig faktiskt säljstarta fler bostadsrättsprojekt för att återigen svänga över till bostadsrätter. Så att det blir majoriteten av det vi har i produktion framåt. Produktionsvolymerna då, vi har vid kvartalets utgång 1392 enheter igång. Det är fördelat på 18 stycken bostadsprojekt. Lite drygt hälften är hyresrätter, resten är bostadsrätter. Vi startade ett sådant hyresrättsprojekt i kvartalet. Det heter Femöringen, ligger i Järva krog i Solna. 213 hyresrätter. Och om man tittar på helåret i år så repeterar jag igen då fokuset på hyresrätter. Ungefär 75% av de ungefär 700 bostäder vi avser starta i år, det kommer att utgöra hyresrätter. Och sen är tanken att 2024 och framåt växla över då till mer bostadsrätter igen. Vad gäller entreprenadpriserna då så har det varit en stor fråga i vår sektor. Jag skulle säga att vi börjar se tecken på avmattning. Priserna börjar falla tillbaka. Det är lättare att handla upp på konkurrenskraftiga villkor. Vi har fortfarande en hög aktivitet i byggsektorn generellt och håller uppe priserna fortfarande. Samtidigt som materialpriser som trä och stål faller tillbaka så har vi fortfarande höga marginaler. Det där kommer att fortsätta falla tillbaka. Framförallt drivet av att vi har ett så kraftigt fall på byggstarter i Stockholm. Så att under året så är min bild att entreprenadpriserna kommer att mattas av ytterligare. Det kommer att bli mer fördelaktigt för oss att kunna handla upp byggentreprenader. Byggrättsportföljen, det är ju så att säga bottenplattan i det vi gör. Det är förutsättningen för att kunna lyckas med bostadsutveckling. Det är att ha tillgång till rätt mark i rätt läge till rätt pris. Vi har en stor byggrättsportfölj. Den uppgår till drygt 6 500 byggrätter vid kvartalets utgång. Den här är fördelad på ett stort antal projekt i 19 stycken kommuner i Stockholm och Uppsala. Så det här är vår geografiska spridning. När vi förvärvar mark och fastigheter så försöker vi hålla oss inom 1 timmes kollektivtrafik från Stockholm central. Det är vår strategi, det är vår kärngeografi så att säga. Vi värderar den här byggrättsportföljen halvårsvis. Marknadsvärdet vid årsskiftet var 9,5 miljard och anskaffningsvärdet, alltså det bokförda värdet, är 7,7 miljarder. Det innebär att vi har ett övervärde på 1,8 miljarder i byggrättsportföljen. En del av de här projekten ligger i olika giverstrukturer så vi äger den inte till 100% själv utan vår andel uppgår till 7,5 miljard, bokfört värde 6,1 och ett övervärde på 1,4 miljarder. Organisatoriskt så Aros Bostad, vi är en ganska liten organisation, 40 anställda. Det beror framförallt på att vi inte har någon egen byggverksamhet utan vår strategi är att vi handlar upp totalentreprenader från externa leverantörer som NCC, Peab, Skanska. Det gör att vi kan hålla en ganska liten organisation. Vi kan hålla låga omkostnader, det är ju framförallt viktigt i de här tiderna. Vi har gjort en del förändringar internt under kvartalet. Vi har tillsatt en ny CFO. Det är Maja Dahlén som har blivit ny CFO per 1 mars. Det är en intern rekrytering och vi har gjort ytterligare 2 internrekryteringar för att utöka ledningsgruppen i form av en chefsjurist och en finans- och transaktionschef. Så vi har lyckats rekrytera internt, vilket jag tycker är ett styrketecken. Sen har vi också rekryterat en COO, vice vd, externt, som har tillträtt nu efter kvartalets utgång. Och det är för att vi ska fortsätta stärka den operativa verksamheten. Vi växer, vi har 18 projekt igång. Bara för 5 år sedan hade vi 5-10 projekt igång. Så vi har vuxit kraftigt och ska fortsätta växa framåt. Hållbarhet är ett viktigt område för Aros Bostad. Vi lägger mycket kraft och energi på att få ett grönare Aros Bostad. Under kvartalet så fick vi den första Svanen-certifieringen av ett projekt som heter Ektorpsbacken i Nacka. Sen 2022 har vi ett beslut om att alla projekt som produktionsstartar ska kunna uppnå Svanen-certifiering. Men det vi lägger ännu mer krut på det är att för att minska vår klimatpåverkan i byggskedet. Det var en ambition om att minska klimatpåverkan med 25% till 2025. Anledningen till det måttet är att det finns något som heter färdplan för branschen där man har gått samman och sagt att vi ska ha netto noll utsläpp 2045. Och det här är i linje med den ambitionen. Det här har att göra med att vi ser ett ökat tryck från investerare, från banker, från kunder. Och vi ser det här som en viktig strategisk fråga för oss att kunna lyckas minska klimatpåverkan i vårt byggskede. Och den ambition vi har i affärsplanen är att vi också ska göra en så kallad green equity-certifiering av våra stamaktier. Vilket förutsätter att vi ska kunna rapportera ett minskat klimatavtryck. Och ambitionen är att vi ska göra det 2024. Slutligen då resultaträkningen. Vi har då en resultaträkning med ett kraftigt ökat både omsättning och rörelseresultat. Vi har en omsättning då på nästan 390 miljoner jämfört med 150 miljoner föregående år, samma kvartal. Och det ger ett bruttoresultat på 75 miljoner jämfört med 40 miljoner kronor samma kvartal föregående år. Och det ramlar ner på en bruttomarginal på strax under 20%. Och det är vårt nyckeltal, 20% bruttomarginal ska vi försöka hålla. Det klarar vi nästan av, strax under. Och sen har vi ett rörelseresultat på nästan 50 miljoner. Vilket motsvarar en rörelsemarginal på ungefär drygt 13%. Så givet de extremt utmanande förutsättningar vi har haft det senaste året så är vi väldigt nöjda med att kunna ändå leverera både ökad omsättning och ökat resultat. Att vi kan hålla i marginalerna på det här sättet. Och sista bilden jag har det är balansräkningen. Balansomslutningen har ökat. Vi har en balansomslutning nu på 2,7 miljarder drygt. Om man jämför det med årsskiftet så har det stigit något. Det är framförallt kopplat till att vi har tagit upp lite finansiering i balansräkningen. Vi har väldigt traditionell finansiering med inga obligationer. Det vi har är traditionell bankfinansiering, framförallt på projektnivå. Det har vi tagit upp lite finansiering på vår balansräkning. Vi har fortsatt en soliditet på en bra bit över 70%, 71,2% och ett eget kapital på 1,9 miljarder. Så vi har en väldigt solid balansräkning ändå. Och med det så tänkte jag runda av. Öppna upp för frågor. Det ska vara så.
Jättebra, tack för det. Jag tänker att jag börjar med lite frågor, men har ni någonting i publiken så hand upp. Så jag ska prata högre också. Om vi börjar med starter då. Du var inne på att ni har för avsikt att starta 700 starter eller bostäder i år.
Ja.
Varav majoriteten är hyresrätter och ett fokus har gått från bostadsrätter till hyresrätter. Men mycket av det är tack vare en försäljning som ni gjorde förra året. Är det rimligt att anta att ni kommer göra fler hyresrättsförsäljningar framåt?
Nej, i det korta perspektivet är det inte det. Och då menar jag närmaste året, 1,5. Utan nu för oss är det nu fullt fokus på att komma in i bostadsrättsmarknaden igen och starta bostadsrättsprojekt. Den här Patricia-affären som jag beskrev, som är den stora hyresrättsförsäljningen, där har vi fortfarande byggstarter under resten av året. Så att det kan vara så att något halkar över till nästa år, men sen har vi byggstartat alla de projekten. Så när vi har gjort det, så då kommer fokuset 2024 och framåt, det kommer att vara bostadsrätter.
Och du var inne lite på vad som krävs för att kunna starta bostadsrättsprojekt.
Ja.
Liksom inflation, räntor, någon typ av trygghet för konsumenten och så vidare. Det är fullt rimligt. Hur är det med finansiering? Har bankerna stramat åt? Om de har stramat åt, hur mycket behöver ni sälja innan ni startar? Kan ni starta med en lägre försäljningsgrad och ta den på egen balans? Hur går resonemanget där?
Jag skulle säga, vi upplever inte att bankerna har stramat åt. Typiskt sett så ligger kanske försåltgraden, alltså det som banken kräver att vi ska ha sålt på bindande avtal innan man får lyfta byggnadskreditiv, på någonstans mellan 40-50%. Jag upplever inte att de har skärpt kraven. Det kan också ha att göra med att vi har blivit en större aktör, så att vi har inte lika höga krav. Men jag tror att för de projekt som vi avser starta under hösten, så måste vi vara beredda på att vi behöver starta mer med eget kapital. Därför att marknaden kommer att fungera så att det kommer att vara väldigt svårt att sälja på ritning under hösten. Utan det bygger på att man kan starta projekt och komma igång med produktionen. Och när det kommer kanske ett halvår innan inflyttning, då kommer försäljningen. Därför att vi konkurrerar med successionsmarknaden. Det kommer att normalisera sig över tid, men vi är beredda på att starta upp fler projekt på det vi kallar spekulation. Och vår taktik för det är att vi kommer att starta mycket småhusprojekt. Det är mindre antal enheter, det är fler projekt som är spridda geografiskt, så att vi fördelar riskerna istället för att starta stora bostadsrättsprojekt. Så att vi kommer att försöka smyga in i bostadsrättsmarknaden på det sättet. Men vi måste vara beredda på att starta mer på eget kapital. Och vi har också en likviditetssituation som ser betydligt mycket bättre ut nu när vi har så mycket tillträden. Så att vi kan göra det.
Ja. Lite på det temat då, du nämnde liksom affären till CBRE som ni frånträder, en likviditetsboost, men också startar då lite på spekula utan kreditiv i alla fall från bankerna.
Ja.
Ni har också mycket förvärv av mark på optioner från kommuner, det är markanvisningar och så vidare. Kan ni, fråga 1 är kanske, hur mycket måste tillträdas i år? Och 2, kommer ni kunna vara aggressiva och köpa mer mark nu i en svag marknad?
Ja, absolut. I år ligger inga stora tillträden. Det är några mindre tillträden, så att vår likviditetsplanering tar hänsyn till alla tillträden vi ska göra enligt avtal. Så där ser vi inga problem, utan vi är snarare i en situation nu att vi börjar titta mer på framåtriktade affärer. Vi vet historiskt att de bästa affärerna har vi gjort när marknaden har varit väldigt svag. Och nu börjar vi komma liksom mot slutet kanske på den här svaga perioden, och det är då man ska göra bra affärer. Så nu tittar vi snarare på fler affärer till kommersiellt vettiga villkor för projekt som vi kanske kan starta 2025 och framåt. Så att det är snarare tvärtom, att vi är beredda att kunna göra förvärv nu för nya projekt som ligger längre fram i tiden.
Har ni sett att andra aktörer har lämnat tillbaks markanvisningar som kommer ut igen? Eller är det förvärv från stressade aktörer inom situationen?
Jag skulle säga att det är både och. Vad gäller markanvisningar, det är ju då när kommunen säljer mark, så är ju alltid, det där är lite så, det blir ju lite ett spel. Kommunerna säger att ingen ska lämna tillbaka någonting, men vi vet att det är ju absolut aktörer som lämnar tillbaka och inte kan tillträda. När jag pratar om att göra affärer, då är det framförallt på den privata marknaden utanför, alltså där vi köper från andra aktörer framförallt, som kanske behöver lätta på sin balansräkning, inte kan genomföra projekten, alla möjliga olika skäl. Så att just markanvisningar, så tror jag det kan säkert komma ut en del nya markanvisningar igen i marknaden, men det är inte det, utan vår drivkraft att prioritera privata affärer från privata aktörer, gärna off-market-affärer.
Om vi byter spår lite, en fråga som i alla fall jag har fått av flera investerare är: hur mycket är avgiften upp i de här bostadsrättsföreningarna som man har startat, och så har räntan gått upp och värmekostnader upp och elkostnader upp och allt är upp. Och hur stor är risken att folk som har signat upp sig på en lägenhet eller ett småhus för den delen inte vill tillträda? Och vad säger regelverket? Och så har vi media har skrivit om en rättsprocess som kanske kommer igång och så vidare.
Det var väldigt många frågor.
Ja, många frågor, men det är på samma tema.
Om man benar ut det där kan man säga, det som har hänt är ju naturligtvis då att avgifterna stiger i de projekt som vi har finansierat med belåningar i bostadsrättsföreningen. Och när räntorna på den finansieringen stiger, då stiger avgifterna. Sen har vi också haft en situation med stigande energikostnader som också påverkat avgifterna. I det korta perspektivet då, projekt som vi har så att säga startat, sålt till kund och som ska tillträdas under den här ganska osäkra perioden, då har vi gått in med räntegarantier. Så då säger att vi försvarar den avgift som ni hade under en period för att se igenom den här osäkerheten. För vi tror att räntan kommer att gå ner och vi tror också att energipriserna kommer att falla tillbaka. Så då får man hantera på det sättet. Du ställer en fråga om vad som är juridiskt möjligt. Det vi har sett, det som jag nämnde i presentationen, är att i de nästan 200 tillträden vi haft under Q1 så har nästan alla tillträdit. Så att de flesta kunderna står kvar vid sitt avtal. Och det är en positiv faktor. Det finns ju då en fråga, man pratar om väsentlig avvikelse. Man skriver ett förhandsavtal och så har man en avgift, en belåning som ger en avgift. Och sen när man ska då skriva sitt upplåtelseavtal, då har man en väsentlig ökning. Det blir mycket, mycket dyrare, månadsavgiften stiger. Då finns det ingen riktigt tydligt prejudikat på vad är det väsentligt? Eller är det saker som vi påverkar, till exempel drift- och underhållskostnader? Räntan kan vi inte påverka. Så det finns en osäkerhet i är det vår skyldighet att garantera räntan. Det finns ett rättsfall nu och det är i Västerås, jag tror det är JM, där en bostadsrättsförening har prövat det här. Och utfallet för det har vi inte sett än. Och jag tror så här att generellt så tror jag det kommer bli så att när marknaden kommer tillbaka, när vi har en stabilitet kring ränta, energikostnader, då har vi hittat det nya normala. Det kommer troligen leda till att vi måste sänka belåningen i föreningarna så att avgifterna, alltså levnadskostnaderna, blir vettiga för våra kunder. Vi kanske måste justera våra insatser och vi måste försöka hitta rätt i det där. Och det tror jag vi kommer att göra. Det kommer säkert att leda till en situation där kunderna kommer att betala en större del av sin hushållskassa till boendet än man har gjort tidigare. För vi har haft nollränta, det måste man komma ihåg. Och så kommer vi hitta vägen fram. Men den där normaliseringen, den kommer att ta ett tag. Den kommer att ta säkert ett år till innan vi hittar rätt i vad är insatsnivån, vilka avgifter tål våra kunder och så vidare. Så just nu har det varit väldigt mycket osäkerhet och det börjar väl plana ut, tycker jag.
Har någon fråga från publiken?
Ja. Ja.
Ser du någon risk att kapaciteten försvinner ur marknaden?
Absolut.
Det är svårt att få tillbaka.
Ja.
För ni är ju den som vänder, fler kommer att vända för
Absolut. Ja. Nej, det
blir slagsmål. Åker hem igen.
Absolut.
Jag kanske bara kan upprepa frågan så att de på länken hör också att frågan gällde då att byggstarten är 70-80% som du visar i presentationen. Finns det då en risk att många av entreprenadbolagen och de som arbetar med de här typerna av projekten drar sig tillbaks och inte kommer tillbaks? Så att det finns en risk att de inte är där när marknaden kanske blir enklare om något år eller två.
Ja. Det är en väldigt relevant fråga du ställer. Jag tror att det är absolut en stor risk för det. Det som händer är ju att, som du säger, utländsk arbetskraft lämnar marknaden. Det är ju drivet dels av att byggstarterna faller ner, men det är också drivet av växelkursen. Alltså vi har en svag krona. Så man tjänar bättre pengar någon annanstans. Så att jag tror att om man tittar på byggstarterna, så ett normalår om man drar ett snitt i Stockholm, så startas det 12 000 bostäder ungefär i Stockholm. Som mest 2017 startade vi kanske över 20-21 000 tror jag det var. Prognosen i år, det är 4 000 från Boverket. Och jag tror inte det håller. Jag tror vi ligger närmare 3 någonstans. Så vi pratar alltså en femtedel av ett normalår i Stockholm. Så det är en otroligt kraftig inbromsning. Och jag tror att det du beskriver är precis så att det finns en risk att man lämnar marknaden och sen kommer vi, när marknaden kommer tillbaka 2024-2025, då kommer vi ha ett extremt problem att få tillbaka arbetskraften och få kapaciteten tillbaka igen. Så att jag tror att marknaden måste börja komma tillbaka ganska snabbt så att vi inte helt tömmer liksom, resurskapaciteten. För det är en påtaglig risk. Och det tror jag inte, jag tycker inte i den här politiska debatten så pratar man inte riktigt om vad det här faktiskt innebär. För jag har jobbat i den här branschen i 25 år. Jag har aldrig sett en så här tvär inbromsning. Det är 90-talskrisen. Det är på samma nivå. Så att, det är en påtaglig risk.
Bra fråga och bra svar. Då tror jag att vi får avrunda där. Tacka er som har lyssnat här i rummet och tacka er på länk också. Och tack till Magnus Andersson på Aros.
Tack så mycket.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. Our next presentation will be by Copperstone Resources, and with me today we have the Head of Business Development, Mikael Mattsson, who will give a 20-minute presentation, and then hopefully we will have time for some Q&A after that. With that being said, Mikael, please go ahead.
Thank you, Adrian, and welcome everyone. Copperstone Resources is a mine development company in transit to become Sweden's new miner. We have 3 assets in the table, whereof 2 are very significant. With the Viscaria mine, the former LKAB and Outokumpu mine that was closed in 96-97, with almost 100 million tons of copper-bearing rock, with a grade of almost the double of the global average, almost 1% copper in this one. And then the Arvidsjaur project, today a bit smaller. You can see here 32, including 32 million tons of copper, zinc, and silver and gold-bearing rock. But it has a significant exploration target of up to 200 million tons of copper. We are focused in the northern part of Sweden. If we look at the copper market, there is really no better place to be than in the copper, because if you look at the profitabilities in the different commodities, if you add up the gold, zinc, and the iron profits, it's actually not even close to the copper. And what we can see, and prognostic institutes also can see, and also leading banks like Goldman Sachs, for instance, is a squeeze in the short and mid-term. Because of the supply deficit, supply is struggling all over the globe, actually, with lower grades and required to go deeper into the ground, and also some political issues, both in Peru and Chile, the 2 largest nations within copper globally. So in 10 years' time, there is actually a risk or potential in our case, 6 to 9 million tons of deficit of pure copper. And then we have to remember that we produce the world globally some 24-25 million tons of copper, and the world's largest mine is Escondida in Chile. It's a good 1 million tons, so there is a really huge demand for copper at the same time that we see a decline in the supply. And if we look at Europe, it's even worse, the situation, because over the last 10 years we have actually diminished or decreased the production from own mines in Europe. Sweden is there with the orange or yellow color. Primarily Aitik, obviously, and Kevitsa to some extent. And then it has decreased from 870 to a good just about 800,000 tons of copper. We have Spain and Poland also as large nations here. And the prognostic is that it continues. So it's below 800,000 tons of copper of these 24-25 million ton global, as I mentioned on the previous slide. And if we then look at Viscaria alone, we can add some 30,000 tons of copper, and that would actually bring back towards 800,000 tons. And at full rate, we are very proud that Viscaria would be Northern Europe's 2nd largest copper producer, runner-up to Aitik. And then we would like to show you a small video.
Copperstone Resources har i mars 2022 lämnat in en miljötillståndsansökan för att återöppna koppargruvan Viscaria i Kiruna. Gruvan ligger alldeles intill gruvbolaget LKAB och är omgiven av en infrastruktur som är optimal för gruvverksamhet. När koppargruvan stängdes 1997 bestod den då kända fyndigheten av 3 miljoner ton kopparförande berg. Men idag, 25 år och hundratals borrhål senare, är nu 93 miljoner ton kopparförande berg kartlagt och prospekteringarna kommer att fortsätta. Fyndigheten är uppdelad i 3 olika zoner och sträcker sig 4 kilometer lång och ner till minst 800 meters djup. I den gamla gruvan finns idag en mängd infrastruktur kvarlämnad. Bland annat finns 64 kilometer gruvort som kommer att restaureras och nyttjas vid återöppningen. För att kunna bryta malm i de olika zonerna kommer infrastrukturen också att behöva byggas ut. Brytningen av kopparmalmen kommer till stor del att ske under jord, men också delvis genom öppna dagbrott. Förutom att bryta kopparmalm i gruvan planerar Copperstone för att utvinna mineraler och metaller från de gamla gråbergsupplagen och sandmagasinet ovan jord. Gråberg och anrikningssand är 2 restprodukter som kommer att lagras i geomorfologiskt utformade upplag på området. Dessa kommer att efterlikna det omkringliggande landskapet och löpande täckas med morän och ett vegetationslager i syfte att underlätta för naturen att återhämta sig snabbare.
Okay, om vi dyker lite, sorry for the Swedish. If we dig into the geology a bit more, you could see similarities on the global scale, actually, all over the 5 continents of the world. When you have a significant and very significant iron ore mine, not always, but sometimes and often, you find a very significant copper deposit next by. It goes for Australia, South America, North America, and here, obviously, in Kiruna. LKAB mine is the world's largest underground magnetite mine. And if we look at this, we are already on the global scale with 100 million tons copper-bearing rock and almost 1 million ton of copper ore, including the historical production when they actually had a 2.3% copper grade. We are sort of aiming for 1.2% with larger tonnage. And you see I tick down there to the right. It's actually a logarithmical scale, so that we have 4 or 5 times the grade. It doesn't show on this one. Neither does their billion-ton sort of porphyry in Gällivare because of the scale here. They have some 3 or 4 billion tons, including historical production. And we see that very much so that the more we explore, the more we find resource-wise, which it should be, since it's open at depth and along strike. And regarding the exploration at Viscaria, we have data from 400,000 meters of core drillings, primarily from the mine. You can see the first column here, that's Outokumpu primarily, and also LKAB, a good 200,000 from production drilling and grade control drilling at those times. But then Sandstone and Avalon took over in the mid-2000s, 2008, and they have drilled 54, and we are now second on the at the Viscaria site with 59,000 meters, which is 150 million SEK investment, which we think is really good bang for the buck, so to speak. And in the short term, we see, as you also saw in the video, we see from the A and B zones, we have a plan for the open pits, and then the D zone and underground primarily. Just to give a feeling for the potential and the quality of this asset, all the way to the left here, you can see the old stopes from the old mining. And we are planning an open pit on this one, and the A zone it's called. And it's done every day globally, so say globally in global mining. But it's not sort of very simple, because you have all these underground stopes and tunnels, 65 kilometers of old working, so you have to be careful. And this is also why we have only included 13 out of 25 million ton mineral resource, potential mineral reserve from this zone. And I was very astonished when we acquired this one from Australian company Sandstone 4 years ago, that they hadn't even included this A zone in the 9 years life of mine at that time. And you can see here right all the way to the left, 6.5 meters with more than 3% copper just laying there waiting. And if we this is at 600 meter depth, and if we compare this to other base metal discoveries or deposits in the Nordic region, like Pyhäsalmi, Garpenberg and Zinkgruvan, they are mining profitably at 13, even 1400 meters. So this is a really a bright future, but we have now started to include it in the later part of our 15-year life of mine. Gold, silver, and cobalt are confirmed in the system, but we have not confirmed potential for economic extraction or the byproducts. It really depends on if we need to do more investments in the flotations. For instance, cobalt is in pyrite in this case. Gold potentially in the copper concentrate, but then we also have we may have some pollutions or other substances, so we don't really know yet. And then if you look at the growth again in the video, once again 3 million ton at the time of Outokumpu. This is actually from the Outokumpu annual report, end of '95, this figure. And then it has grown, first with Sunstone Avalon drilling these 54 kilometers core drillings, and then we took over. And it was very successful, unprecedented, the first 10,200 meters in the D zone. And then we have the resource upgrade, only the D zone, and it increased by 22 million ton, you can see there, from 52 to 74, and more than 100,000 tons of copper for an investment of, 20-30 million SEK, something like this. And then it has continued, and Jörgen Olsson came in here end of 2019 as our new chairman, and we have funded and we have drilled all the way, I would say the last 12 months, primarily close to the mine, of course, with the PFS coming up, pre-feasibility to go to banks, etc. So this is not why we have increased so much sort of the scope, but the exploration target is there, both in the short and the mid-term. And if we look at the mine design, we have been into this, and again, you saw it in the video. This is Glenn Nilsson, 30 years as the head of mining at Boliden. He's our mining manager. And for him, everything is gold here, and it's just a gold mine, no problem, no problem. But then when you discuss with the mining engineers, maybe not so simple, but I put my bet on Glenn in this case, but it has to be scrutinized and everything. So it's such a perfect team here, both the analysts and the practical sort of, he really sees into the 3D model of the mountain or the rock and exactly knows where to go, and this is going to be 11 and 11 and just blast it and take it. And as we mentioned here, the D zone, potentially not an open pit. We have applied for it in the environmental permit, but we might actually go directly underneath because it's higher grade, best magnetite and best copper grades. And this is also, yes, exactly what I told you. Now the D zone has a recovery of 90 to 95%, which is amazing in the copper industry. When we bought it, we knew that preliminary tests in Australia was 94, 95, even 96%, but we have not been able to replicate exactly that. But the concentrate grade is also very important on the left here, and that's 25 to 32. And the historical mine had some 23, 24% copper, and it was a perfect quality. So we have, we are really happy with these figures. The old mine had 90% year after year 90 to 95 with Outokumpu, and we have replicated that and even more, 88 to 95. And the B zone, which has never been mined in the deep, actually, only on the open pit a bit, it's 80 to 90%, which is also decent. And then if we look at the magnetite, we are focusing on the D zone because the copper is hosted in the magnetite there. And we have reached 69 to 71% grade, and then you know all know that the theoretical maximum is like 72 plus minus a decimal. So it's really world class. The only problem here is that it might be some copper atoms, so that we are now sort of discussing what kind of offtake can we have directly with other iron ore mine or steel works. But definitely, if you dilute it with huge volumes, it should not, in my view, be an issue. But it's really fantastic. It's produced and will fall down to the bottom of the flotation, and the copper bubbles and the gold bubbles will come up. So it's produced simultaneously with the copper. Sustainability, of course, this is the new world order of mining. And we have reached even 97 to 99% of the water to be cleaned from the old mine. So we have stated, and we are very clear with this, that we will improve the water quality for humans and for animals in this region when we open this mine. It will be tough for the Arvidsjaur project or any other mine in the Skellefteå field to open after this, if it's going to be the best applicable technology. But hopefully it's sort of local. This is the Kiruna region now that we are talking. Overview of time plan. This is not so much new, but to show the enormous amount of work streams in parallel. It all starts with the mineral resource and the exploration and the geology. This is really the bucket wheat or the flour in the bakery. Without it, we cannot bake any bread. And then we have the metallurgy. That's also the tick in the box that we showed. Processing design, this is Tove Thelin Tekdal that is responsible for the procurement and buying the right equipment at the right timing. This is really the major part of the CapEx. And the mining, you saw Glenn on the picture. Infrastructure and logistics, we have actually built a bridge over the E10 to get ready when the environmental permit hopefully comes. And that investment actually, it came 4 years. The initial timetable was like 2026, but we finished it in September last year, 22. And financials, probably you have heard our CEO, Henrik Ager, going through this, and we have increased it from 9 years to 15 years life of mine now. And not so much new here. The CapEx is still there with some cost inflation, so we have sort of raised it, not for this presentation, but the last couple of months, raised it to $500 million or something. 60% still target as a project financing for states and EU maybe, debt from banks, and the production of 3 million tons per year, which together with 1% copper will be approximately 30,000 tons of copper. One word on the average grade here. I know that some people thought, oh wow, didn't you say 1.10, 1.15% earlier? But that was really in the 9 years case, 10 years case life of mine. So if you compare apples to apples, I wouldn't say that we have decreased. That's my firm opinion. It's rather that we high grade to get early cash flow on. And if we would see a copper price of say 12 or even 13, $14,000 per ton when we open, of course we want to take the best parts as soon as possible and just amortize debt and be ready for the future. We are very proud that the cash cost is still below $4,000, which is competitive in the world. It's not super low in any sense, but for a mid-sized copper mine like this one, it's quite decent actually. And the net profit is still at 850 despite the increase in interest rates. Finally, 2 slides more, and this is the Arvidsjaur. And this is where we came from. As I mentioned, we acquired Viscaria in 2019 from Sunstone, ASX-listed company. And at that time we had 280, but that's sort of to show that we were able to find that quality of Viscaria. But we haven't focused so much on Arvidsjaur, but we are, behind the scene, we are developing it as well. And we have had a very successful geophysical conductive anomaly campaign here last year, which is ledningsförmåga. As you know, the copper and gold are really good conductors. Not like graphite or silver, but apart from that, it's really copper in electrical cars and windmills and what have you. So this is really exciting stuff, and as soon as we have more financing and also the team, it's management and geology team that we need to go, we will develop this one as well. If you look at the exploration target that I mentioned, 200 million tons only on Granliden, the northern part, it could be a Viscaria size on this one, but it will be required significant investments to prove this and to convert it into resources. So we should not sort of compare apples with pears, but just to get a feeling. And this is the last slide. It's the cap table where we have fantastic investors, hopefully for the long term, we believe it, qualified investors, and also heartwarming that more than 800 shareholders only in Kiruna out of 23,000 inhabitants. So we feel fantastic support for this project. And the cash, almost 1 billion SEK at the end of the last quarter. That, Adrian, I think was the last slide. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go straight ahead with some questions. And first of all, perhaps in the near term, the most important thing for you is to get the environmental permit. Can you just talk a bit about the process from today, what you need to do before you get that permit?
Yeah, as we mentioned, again in the video, we handed it in March 2022 after 2 years and some 50-60 million SEK investment with water consultants and our own team. And then it has been complemented, or we have had discussions with the court 3 times actually. So we feel that we are really ready for the proclamation that has been confirmed, but not officially, so to speak, in the diarium. So this is why we have informed the market that it's on its way. And after that, it will be yttrandeperioder. I don't know the English word on this one, but it's normally it's 8 weeks back and forth with all the stakeholders, landowners, and actually the general public are also allowed to do that. But of course, the court will not focus so much attention on these, the latter category, but definitely on the stakeholders. And then we know, and we will also at the same time discuss the timetable for a May negotiation. This is how it works. And if it's going to be this winter or before or after the year end, we don't know. But as soon as the negotiation is maybe 1 or 2 weeks at site, mostly, then there will be a decision, and dom, usually 4 or maybe 6 weeks later.
And what would you say are the major risks for getting the environmental permit or getting a postponed process, and how are you sort of working to mitigate those risks?
Yeah, of course, we are mitigating all the time as much as we can, apart from meddling or interfering with courts and with sort of county administration and authorities. But we try to inform people and have a dialogue. That's the best way, definitely, in all parts. So we invite for a dialogue, and we have meetings, and we have, I mean, it has been handled very, very well, I think, from the end. I have never been worried 1 single minute with Anders Lundqvist's team on this one.
Okay. And while that permit process is going on, obviously there's a lot of downtime waiting for the court's responses. What are you doing between or in addition to just the permit process at the moment?
Yeah, currently we are drilling with 6 rigs actually in Viscaria. And we are planning for an Arvidsjaur campaign, but it has not been confirmed that we will move sort of a rig there. But we are now also regionally, so not any longer only the feasibility drillings along to increase from inferred to indicated or measured category to get it into reserve base. This is just sort of paperwork. You need to drill this close to holes rather than this one to know where to open the mine, so that independent technical consultants can sign off, and then the bank can loan. So everything is like a domino game here in a sense. But we are now very proud that we are regionally now drilling currently underneath LKAB tailings, 350 meters below their tailings of 70 meters, 100 meters waste, because we have the exploration permit there, and we hope for copper or magnetite down there, but we'll see. I mean, it's a long way to have a new mine there, but we are going north now to explore even more and extend and apply for more exploitation concessions and increase the life of mine all the way.
Yeah. And last year you did give us a mineral update on the recent drilling results. Are you planning on giving any such update this year as well? Or when can we expect the next mineral update?
I would expect it somewhere along with the PFS actually, and you saw the timetable, and probably the presentation will be online as well, so you can find out for yourself. But it's very logical that you have something like this when you go for the banks and the PFS feasibility study. That, in my view, but it hasn't been exactly decided what date. It's really when you have a campaign, you want to get all the data and get the block model in place, and then you start planning for the timing.
Okay, and one final question from my end. You talked about your low carbon footprint in relation to the other mines. Is this something you see customers over time being willing to pay more for, this green copper, so to say? And
yeah, that's a very good question. And we, of course, we hope for a premium on this copper concentrate. Europe really needs it because we import 50% of the copper in this continent. So definitely, and there are discussions. Can it be like steel, 10 to 12%? Maybe not premium at the beginning, but we know Boliden is there and really working in the frontier, and that's really appreciated, and we want to join them on this because it should be a premium in my view.
Okay, and with that being said, I'd just like to thank you again for your presentation and for answering all of my questions, and I'll leave it up to you if you have some final remarks before we round off.
Thanks, Adrian. No, actually not. I think it was very nice to be here. Thank you for coming.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone listening in on the link and also here in the audience. My name is still Marcus Henriksson, covering real estate and construction companies at ABG. We're happy to continue with Fastator, an investment company focusing on different types of property segments. With us, we have the newly appointed CEO, Svante Bengtsson. He's been in the company for quite some years, but is new on the CEO post, and also Christopher Strömbäck, the CFO. I'll leave the word over to you guys.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you for having us here. I'm Svante Bengtsson. Like you said, I've been with the company since 2016, first as CFO and then Vice President, and now the CEO of the company.
And I'm Christopher Strömbäck. I am the CFO of Fastator since the beginning of 2019.
I think I recognize some of the faces in the audience. Welcome back, listening to us. And just for those who are new to the company, I will try to explain a little bit what we do and what makes us different from some of the other companies that we're usually associated with. We were founded in 2011, and the idea is to be an investment company. So we want to move between segments within the real estate business, and there we invest and build real estate companies. But the idea is to look at the broader picture of how the society is developing, find the segments that are unloved and not priced correctly, and then invest in those and build those. We're listed on the Stockholm Exchange since 2 years ago, in the main market. And we have a slogan, it's 1 + 1 is 11, and that's kind of an internal slogan to remind us that we are the pioneers. We're looking at the segments, and we should always try to find not only what everyone else sees currently, but also what's in a few years ahead, what they will see in a few years.
If we look at the financial development over the last couple of years, we can see that since 2018 we have almost doubled our net asset value per share. And currently it is 21 krona and 20 öre per share. However, you can see that there are it's going up and it's going down and going up and down, and it's should be noted that this is value changes on properties which is not cash flow, and also value changes on shares which is also not cash flow. So that's one explanation that the results are not so evenly as the cash flow, underlying cash flow is.
This is, I said something about a business model. We start with business intelligence, trying to look on the broader perspective on where the society is going. 2011. We started with something that was developed into offentliga hus, where the founders saw that public properties were not in the hotspot. There were long-term leases, difficult to finance, slow-moving tenants, was boring, so to speak. But they saw a great potential, especially since the financing developed more. So they started building this company, offentliga hus, and 3 years later, they joined with the first external investment. So this is how they did. They chose this path to establish a new company in a new segment. And then when the company was a little bit more mature, they brought in external investment, expanded it further. And then when the market saw what we saw of 10 years ago, in this case, then we said that, okay, now public properties, the prices are so high, so we don't see how they could develop more. And then we started looking for an exit. The other option, which we started with Företagsparken, is looking at if there is a smaller property company in a segment that we want to go to, and then we can make an investment if we think that the team there is a correct team. So then we go in and bring in our strategic experience and our contacts with the financing sectors, and then develop the company to the maturity phase. And we have done this with offentliga hus, and we've done this with I lost the name. SBK.
Yes, Svenska Bostadskompaniet.
Yes. So residential housing that we also sold last year.
So few more words on the offentliga hus case. As Svante just mentioned, it was community service properties. Back in 2011, they were traded at 8, 9, 10% yield. Very low prices. Banks actually didn't like to finance such properties, and there were few buyers. And then when we sold the company in 2020, it was the opposite. Was very hot segment. And at that point in time, it was 9 billion in property value. We have over those years acquired property by property, and eventually having a quite a decent size property company. And then when just after the IPO, we got a bid on our shares, which we thought was attractive. So we sold all of our shares, and we got just above 1 billion SEK in cash for the sale, which we then have, of course, invested in our current portfolio companies, and those we will talk more about today.
Very important part of our strategic work is the board. We have Björn Rosengren, who used to be the Minister of the Industry. We have Carl Bildt, who used to be the Prime Minister of Sweden. Anders Mossberg, with experience from SEB. Jacqueline Winberg from the new starting, the Avanza, and also from management and recruiting companies. Important to help evaluate the teams we invest in. Helene Tillberg is the newest addition to the board. She joined about 2 years ago, and she has a lot of extensive experience from property facility management companies, so the operating companies like Nordic PM. And Mats Lundberg is one of the original founders, and he has over 30 years of real estate experience. So we have one with exclusive or deep level real estate, and the rest of the board is for the strategic level, how to find the new segments that we want to invest in. And this is where we are today. We have 4.3 billion of assets that we manage, and they are one way to divide them is through real estate companies that are not listed, the listed real estate companies, and holdings with the property management right now. The largest today is Företagsparken and Point Properties and the joint venture Genova Fastator. Then we have the smaller Svenska Kulturskatter and Vrenen. And the listed real estate companies, which is Studentbostäder i Norden, you might have heard of this. They focus exclusively on residential for students. And this is one, like Christopher mentioned, this is one of the reasons why the assets has gone down, because we value them at the share price. So what they're traded at, that's what we have in our books. So that's why one of the reasons why we see the decline in substansvärde.
Net asset value.
Net asset value, yeah. And the last company is that we've now seen a little bit more action around is Nordic PM and Natives. We invested in Nordic PM in 2016. They manage properties for a lot of different companies. One of the strategies is that they should be our first choice, but they should not be dependent on our other companies to do their business. So I think we have about 10% of their business today. And we use them very much when we start the companies, because then we have a partner already, we can acquire properties in the segments that we want to go into and form the companies really fast without having to worry about who should take care of them. Företagsparken is a segment of urban company parks. So for you who are in Stockholm, this is Högdalen, Ulvsunda, this type of properties. They've been around since the 50s. They're usually close to the city center. They have a lot of different tenants, and one of these properties could be maybe 10, 20 different tenants, and sometimes it's one or two. Depends on how it's divided. They're self-sufficient. You don't need to. They don't call you if something small is broken, then they fix it themselves, because this is people who are used to work with their hands. They solve problems. We buy them because we think that even though it's short leases, 3 years standard time, usually tenants stay for 15, 20 years, because once you move in, you don't want to move out. It's your little man cave, perhaps, so to speak. And we have them all around Sweden. And we now started to develop this company. We took an investment, not sure if this next page says something more. Yeah, we made an equity issue this fall for 900 million Swedish kronas by Swedish and international investors. We made it on the net asset value per share. So the valuations are current and they're accepted by the investors. They currently have a strong cash position. The investment was made to expand the company. And like you can see, we expanded the last 2 years from about 1 billion to 6.3 billion in asset values. It's a company that's now started to distribute some of the profits. So it's a healthy company. The earnings capacity is increased by about 70% this last year with the last additions in equity. This is 49% of our net asset value, and we hold about 53% of the equity in the total company. So this is one of the companies that are now starting to getting closer to the initial maturity phase, so to speak. So they're building their own organization, and yeah, very interesting segment. And we started focusing on this about 2 years ago when we sold the Offentliga Hus, and this was a very, very good move. This is high yield properties, so they're not beautiful, but they pay very good, so to speak.
And the second largest portfolio company of ours is Point Properties. It's a property company focusing on centrally located properties in small and mid-sized Swedish cities. Typically just by the square in this very center of the town. And these properties back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 80s looked like on the left on the picture. Then they tore all of those buildings down and instead created the picture in the middle as they look today. And our concept and strategy is to develop these properties as on the picture to the right. It also means that we have during our development we have cash flow properties because there are tenants in the properties as of today. So they are current properties with good tenants yielding, and then our plan is to build on top of the current building. So we see it as we got a building right sort of for free on the top, because there is typically a parking space on the top, which is suitable for building. In addition to this, we are also trying to acquire properties around those buildings, so that we get as much as possible around the square, and that we can sort of use the different properties, move tenants between them, and optimize the flow between the properties. Currently, we hold 19 of such properties, and they have a total property value of 1.5 billion. And these buildings on top, so we call it the green building rights, and that's because you don't take any new land, because you build on current properties, which we think is as green as it can get, instead of building outside of the city where there are farmers can do their business, etc. And this company we for a moment hold 100% of. The third largest, but now it's not that big a part of our net assets value, actually only 4%, is Studentbostäder i Norden, which is our only listed holding company. As the name suggests, it's a niche player focusing only on student housing, which is a segment quite popular and quite a few actors in Europe, not so much in Sweden. We are the only larger private company focusing on that segment. It has grown quite substantially over the last years, so it now has 7.5 billion in property value and over 8,000 student apartments in its portfolio. And we hold almost 25% of the shares.
Yeah, just something about Nordic PM. Those who follow us saw that we restructured this company, these two companies, into one NPM group, so that they can now work closer together to offer both property management services and facility management services. So property management is mostly for the owner of the buildings, and facility management is usually for the tenants. But it's a very good opportunity to have the same crew, so to speak, to offer make this offer to the same buildings. They have a good extra turnover of using each other as references to sell these services. It's a healthy company. They last year had a turnover of about 350 million kronor. They manage 2.3 million square meters. Our share of their turnover is about 10% for the whole Fastator companies. And they made a 42 million Swedish kronor in EBITDA for 22. We own about 55% of this company. So currently it's a daughter company. So it's a small but a very, very interesting and good company. Just something about our other small up-and-coming, Svenska Kulturskatter. Currently holds 3 properties. We focused on older buildings with Patina, and it's unique properties where you have a long-term hotel or restaurant business going on. And they're currently valued at 172 million kronor. Vrenen, we own about 43%. And it's a rental apartments in Stockholm and Mälardalen. And Genova Fastator is a joint venture with Genova. It's a property value of 180 million, and we own 50% of that company. And it's, yeah. I think we're running a little bit out of time. Is that correct, Marcus?
It looks quite good, so we could quick summary, and then I will move to questions.
Okay, so what are we focusing on now going forward? Well, we're growing our focus segments. Företagsparken, as you saw, is expanding. We're currently working on expanding that as well, also setting the new organization for the company, also going through all the leases. One thing that's interesting with this, like I said, the tenant's been there for 15, 20 years. Usually, you forget to negotiate the lease. You just let it go on. So in many of these properties, they are not up to market leases anymore. So last quarter, they did renegotiations of the leases and managed to increase them by almost 29%. And this is also, most of them are also index regulated. So those contracts that were not renegotiated are increased by 10.9%, which is very interesting. Now we're looking at energy, was very focused on because of the prices, but from our perspective, it's also very interesting or very important to know that the tenant pays what the tenant is supposed to pay. Sometimes when you have a very long relationship with the tenant, you kind of forget to look at that. But we're going through every property that we bring in, we're going through it and make sure that everyone pays what's agreed to. And we're looking, like I said, improve company portfolios. We're looking into them, expanding them. Refinancing is a hot topic on everyone's agenda. Fastator has a rolling bond market. We have a third of our bonds every year, so we're this fall looking to refinance that. And the trends that we see currently is the urban company parks, like I say, industry, or företagsparken. We're bringing in more manufacturing. The last mile distribution is increasing. City center properties. What we see now is a kind of getting back from the e-commerce. People are actually turning back to the physical stores, and also the e-commerce realizes that you need a physical store in order to expose your brand. It's cheap to do it on the internet, but it's also very inefficient. A store, a concept store, Aktier has a concept store in Stockholm, H&M as well. So these properties are going very well, even the current business. And student housing, of course, we have 80% discount on the share today. We hope that they will see what we see and that the discount will at least get a little bit smaller in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll have a few questions, and also if there is any question from the audience, just raise a hand. First off, you mentioned refinancing, and we have a bond maturing in September this year. You have historically you are a very opportunistic company. So looking at your current portfolio, you have Företagsparken, for example. Could you divest part of that, for example? Could we see, since you will develop, hopefully in the future, a lot of new construction in point properties, could you see a strong JV partner coming in there in order to be fully geared for new construction when construction prices decline? Or could you elaborate a bit on the journey to refinancing from here?
Absolutely. You could almost work for us, Marcus. No, it's like you said. What we try to build companies like we would hold them forever. But as an investment company, when we see that there's an opportunity, we're open to divest, of course. With Företagsparken, the strategy is a little bit different from Offentliga Hus. We bring in external investors. We also make it a distributing company. So there is funds coming up with Offentliga Hus. It was more a closed structure. But now we're seeing that this year we divide 100 million almost, and now the income is going up almost 70%. So for next year, we estimate that we can increase that as well. And for the JV partners with Point, that's where we're getting to this point where we either continue or we bring in a JV partner, because now the construction rights are there. The green properties are interesting. Like everyone is now, I don't know if you follow the agriculture sector, but the Länsstyrelsen is turning down a lot of construction wants they want to keep the agriculture intact. So this type of properties and this type of adding is more interesting. So that's with the reference. And of course, we're also discussing with the investors, the bondholders. And we try to have at least by year conversation with them to see where they're at, how they feel about us, and so on.
Running out of time, but one quick last question. Nordic PM or MPM Group now with the organizational change. Could you see, since the property market is in a bit of decline and there's a lot of potential restructuring to come forth and so on, we've seen a strong growth journey for Nordic PM Group in the past few years. Would you say you are more inclined to be able to partake in further growth, or is this decline in the property market more inclined to see Nordic Property Management to have decelerating growth going forward?
We're looking at accelerating. because what we see is that the companies are looking over their own staff, so to speak. So when there's bad times, then you look at minimizing that. So they get more offers now than before, actually. So, and bringing the structure in the right place with a central board to also makes it easier to do multiple sales.
Perfect. Thank you everyone for listening in, and thank you everyone on the floor, and thank you first off for joining us today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's ABG Investor Day presentation with interesting nanosatellite company from Denmark, GomSpace. Today, we have the pleasure of having the CEO, Carsten Drachmann, participating, and he will shortly give an introduction to the GomSpace case, after which we have a very quick Q&A. Carsten, without any further ado, thank you very much for being here today, and the word is all yours.
Thank you, Benjamin. Och god eftermiddag i Stockholm. Ja, vi skulle ju ha det här på sajten i Stockholm, men nu är det på teamet istället. But I will continue in English. I was just showing off that I can also speak some Swedish. Welcome to GomSpace. If we go to the next presentation, next slide, thank you. I'll talk about profitability and cash today. But let's go into the agenda. So I'll give you an overview of GomSpace. I'm assuming there are potentially some new investors here who doesn't know GomSpace. If not, those of you who know GomSpace, let's do a little repeat. I'm a big fan of repeating the same information to make sure everybody understands. Towards the end, I will talk about the transformation that we're going through. I'm 2 months into the job. I want to share with you some strategic anchors, as we call them, that we are focused on for the company, and also a few words on next steps. I'm hoping I can keep it to less than 20 minutes, perhaps, and then allow for Benjamin and others to ask questions here. But let's get started. So overall, GomSpace, we really have a world-class experience. GomSpace has been around for quite some time. Actually, started in the early days in 2007. It is one of the companies in the world with the most experience. We have more than 75 space missions. So we have launched technology with more than 75 different missions. We have more than 1,200 products in space, and accumulated seen, if you look at our satellites flying that we have built, more than 50 years experience in space. And why do I say like that? What is important in this context? What is important is that it's about having done it in space. This is really the key driver for winning contracts. It's not enough that you can show, yeah, but we designed it and it should work. We said, well, we designed it and it does work because it's been in space. You can do so and so much testing on ground, but being in space is important. So for me, this is a key thing. This is the heritage for the company. This is the experience we have accumulated, and I'm very much focused on using all of that experience to put the company in a direction where we start using it. You can go to school for 5 years, 10 years. You can go to school for 25 years, but at a point in time, you have to stop going to school. You actually have to start to use it for something. So this is very much my focus. A quick brush up. We'll get back to this also later on. Is that we say 150 plus employees right now. Those of you who were paying attention last time, we said 200. As some of you know, we have gone through and announced last year and the beginning of this year a reduction in staff. This is being implemented, and gradually we are reducing the amount of people that we have in order to reduce cost. This is all communicated earlier. Just the numbers are let's say more correct now. Another point which is important here is revenue per region, because I'll get back to starting at that. If you look at our revenue today, 77% is from Europe, or that's from 2022. Some in Asia, some in US, and some in rest of world. But obviously the US market, the European market is the most dominant one. Okay, next slide. So what do we do? What's our core competences? Starting from the left, we do so-called subsystems, which are batteries, battery packs that are needed on a satellite, different kind of antennas, different kind of electronics that goes into satellites. And there are specific requirements for this to go into space. And we have a lot of experience in that, and a lot of our earnings, where we have good earnings, is actually in this area. Then there's the so-called payloads. The payload is what the satellite can do. GomSpace makes the satellite fly. We make sure it has solar panels, power, etc. But you want to use it for something. It's sending it up and not using it for anything doesn't make any sense, obviously. So it can be communication, data, surveillance of airplanes, surveillance of boats, etc. It can be camera for taking pictures of Earth. This is a so-called payload. I will use the word use case or application here because we'll get back to that. But this is what the satellite can do that adds value. Then we're building platforms. So we take all our subsystems, we take the payloads, and we put it together, and then it's called a platform. So it's a platform is a satellite that you can send in space. It has power supply. It has solar panels for energy. It provides an infrastructure for data communication inside the satellites to the payload, and the payload is integrated here. So when you put it all together, you call it a platform. That's what we do also. And last but not least, once it's flying, you need to talk to it. So you have to actually be able to send it up. You have to give it some signals on what to do. You want to download data. You may want to configure it. You want to monitor the health of the satellite, etc. So that's the so-called constellation management. And it's not just for what you do with the payload, the data download, the picture download, but it's also making sure that the satellite is working. Interesting thing on that is that when you send up the satellite, you can see on the platform, the first picture, it has like these arms sticking out. Those are the solar panels. It could also be an antenna that's fairly long. When you send it up, it has to be really compact when it's sitting on a rocket. So when SpaceX is launching, it's very compact. It's all folded together like a Japanese origami. And then it's up there and it's flying, and then we send a signal, say unfold, and then it's opening up the solar panels. And actually, that's not necessarily a reversible process. Once it's released, it's opened, and then it's flying as it should. That's where the constellation management comes in as well. Okay, let's move on. What are we focusing on? It's very much about coming to a standard platform. So we're focusing on building standard interfaces, a standard platform, so that we can use our satellites for many different things. We have a faster time to market. We only need to do smaller modifications in order to implement a new customer requirement, for example, or a new requirement for a special service. So we're working towards that. There are some examples at the bottom here. Signal intelligence, which is about monitoring radio frequencies on ground. You can monitor ships or walkie-talkies or other things. Atmospheric monitoring of ships, aviation. You can actually track and talk to airplanes. Remember, some airplanes had disappeared in Asia and also off the coast of Brazil. We don't know where they were. They just disappeared. With this technology, you can actually continue to talk to them and track. And there are other applications, and I use here the word applications or use case. We'll get back to that as well, but these are typically use cases. Like I say, it's not just flying the satellite in itself. It's somewhat boring. It has to do something. These are examples of what we can do. Okay, next. Some examples, some of you have seen them before. They're still all super exciting. We have a platform in Colombia with the Colombian government is actually flying. We launched it on, I believe it was May or end of April. So it's up and flying. It's actually working. We have contact with the satellite and it starts to do what it is intended to do. We have Unseen Labs, which is our long and very loyal and very dear customer from France. We grew up together when GomSpace was an early day startup, so was Unseen Labs. So we've grown up together. We've built all their platforms so far. We have launched 9 satellites with them, and we have plans to launch another 6 or 8, I believe. This is a working system that is actually surveilling fishing boats. And when the fishing boats turn off their positioning because they want to cheat and go and fish in waters where they're not supposed to fish, for example, a British boat in French waters, we can still see them, and Unseen Labs can still see them. So we know where they are, even though they're trying to do something they're not supposed to do. That has a quite high value for the French government. Then we have European Space Agency, a couple of cool missions. We're building, right now we're working on something called CubeMap, which is about weather monitoring and some scientific equipment. We're also working on something called Juventas, which is about going into deep space and monitoring and observing meteorites and trying to do some experiments with those on those meteorites to understand how they impact the Earth and what we can do. So these are pretty cool examples. Before moving on, just checking, it's quite blurry on my screen. So Benjamin, are you seeing it clearly on your screen? So maybe it's just mine.
Perfectly clear.
You see it clear. Okay, good. Just want to make sure people can read it. Okay, so this was an overview of GomSpace, a very quick walkthrough. If we go to the next slide. So focus. So as I said, I've been here for about 2 months, a bit more than 2 months now, working with the organization. I started out by giving you some ideas and intro to how I see the world, the business. I've been in SATCOM and satellite communication for some time. Also talking about clarity and communication. So I want to continue to execute on that. So if you jump to the first slide, next slide. So first, a recap. You've seen this before. Like I have said, technology and people, check, yes. Growing market, yes, check, good. Global brand, absolutely, yes, check, good. Customer evolution, yes, check, good. We see an evolution from space agencies and governments doing experiment because they can, and they can use taxpayer money to do something, towards more commercial launch of satellites in this low orbit satellite space. I should say that's where we are. So commercial, and we see more and more also government and defense applications around monitoring the sovereign state. For example, the fishing boats is an example of, we want to know where all the boats are. And that goes in many parts of the world where there's a lot of, if you imagine countries with a lot of ship traffic in and out, this is something that needs to be monitored, and it's not easy, So there we see an evolution of customers and use cases, like I said before, use cases that are helpful and are meaningful to either governments or commercial customers. If you look at the financials, okay, we've had a decent growth, I would say 24% over 6 years, CAGR. Haven't really made much money so far, a little bit in the beginning. Last year wasn't good for a number of reasons. Don't want to go back to that. But this is sort of the picture of the financials. So it's been a lot of focus on the top line, and then profitability has been perhaps lacking a bit. Like I have said earlier, it's okay as a technology and startup company that, yeah, you're not expected to make money in the beginning. You need to build your technology, you need to get customers, you need to find your place. But obviously, at a point in time, you also need to start understanding how do you turn all the learning, like I said, into something useful and something meaningful that we can make money on. Okay, let's move to the next one. So what are we going to do? Well, we have defined 4, I call them strategic anchors. So looking at how, what is our guidance for the transformation that I want to take the company through? And I'll read through them one by one and explain. First of all, more focus on repeatable business models and matching our strengths. What does it mean? It means rather than always taking one-offs and always trying something new, we want to start focusing more on something that's more repeatable, so it's more predictable, it's lower risk, and there's, to the extent possible, have more recurring revenue. So that's one thing. And we need to focus on where we are strongest. So we need to start leveraging and focusing on where we have some strong areas, and there are some of our product portfolio where we are quite strong, and we need to focus on that. We need to use all our experience, as I've highlighted on the right. We will, as a strategic anchor, we'll strengthen our product business. Why do we do that? Well, because there is a market, a growing market. This is also where we have good profitability. We have good contribution margin on products. And every time we sell products, we don't need to tie a lot of people behind it. Of course, we have a production, we have salespeople, but we do not have to set up a whole project with a lot of people when selling products. So the fastest time to more profitable business, fastest way is through product business. We will have more increased focus on market needs and use cases. So rather than running for perhaps technology or requirements, we will start focusing on a couple of areas where we see a need. I mentioned one, which is monitoring of ships, or rather radio signals, radio frequencies on ground. And it can be anything. It can be a radar, it can be a walkie-talkie, it could be a cell phone even. We can see that. So increased focus on market needs and market development so that we start preparing and selecting a couple of areas where we are good and we want to be even better and the best. Bullet number 4 as a strategic anchor is create leverage for our business, meaning more partnering. So we are it's been a tendency, and it's also quite normal in this kind of company we do everything ourselves. We need to move towards doing what we're really good at and be better at it, and other areas we want to partner, and can be partner for technology, subsystems. It can also be partnering in how we go to market. I can highlight here a contract with SAIC in the US that we have announced earlier. So this is an example, but we also want to partner more on the technology and in delivering of projects. All of this strategic anchors is based on, again, world-class experience. It's a global brand. We have so much knowledge. We have so much technology. We need to start packaging into something where we can create better business out of it. And with that, going to the next steps, the next slide. So next steps, it's a transformation. First of all, that means it's not bam, it's all done. It is a process we're going through. I have worked a lot with the organization internally. We have analyzed our sales pipelines. We looked at our project portfolio. We looked at our competences. And we are talking through and understanding together how we do this. And it's very important for me to say we do it together on how we do it. It is not me coming in and making, hey, here's a big change, everybody do that. We actually work very well together now. We started a range of transformation teams. And the essence and summary of that, what we're going to do in the next steps is, as I mentioned, increase product business. Why? Because we have a strong contribution margin here. It's the fastest time to growing a little bit of top line, but certainly bottom line. So here concretely, we will invest in more salespeople. We are already in the process of hiring 1, maybe 2, to strengthen our product business. And we will also have more focus on a more continuous development of our product portfolio. Number 2 is focus on project profitability. So we really need to have more profitable projects, which means we need to be better at estimating them. We need to be better doing risk management. And it is no longer revenue and top line at any cost. Yes, it's early days. You take big projects. You want to have more bigger programs. You take it at a higher risk than you maybe normally would, but in an early days of a company, that's what you do, and it's okay. We've been through that, and now we'll focus more on, we'll take the projects that we are comfortable with and where we have a decent profitability. And on that note, I want to say we are comfortable with many projects. We are actually quite good at this. But we will also be a little bit more critical on what's the best fit, and we're going to go more to market and say, this is what we're good at, who can actually benefit from this. So more focus on the profitability in everything we do. And you can see the priority, I say profitability and cash first. I think before it's probably what you've seen, it's revenue and top line. Just grow, grow, grow. No, profitability and cash first is my priority. Bullet number 3 is expanding in North America. This is, in my opinion, the fastest route to a bigger revenue. With profitability. So a lot of it will be product sales. I don't foresee making big projects. And we will do that together with some existing customers we have there, but certainly SAIC, mentioning them again. We are working through that MOU that we have already announced, and working on building up a portfolio of customers and a stronger base in North America. It's more than half of the global accessible market, so it's a no-brainer from that perspective. It's actually more than 60% of the global market that we have accessible to us is North America. So investing there somehow makes sense. And by having increased efforts, the way they say it in America, more boots on the ground, so putting more people in place to work with SAIC and support the market, that's what we will do. So these are 3 priorities that I want to put forward right now. As I said, it is a transformation. So now we are setting that up for the organization. We'll start working with how do we get a better project profitability, and how do we increase the product business. Okay. And we go to the last slide, but this is pretty much what I have. The last slide will say clarity and communication. So I hope I put some more clarity into where we are doing, and certainly I continue my communication. And we have a Q1 report coming up on Friday as well, as you know, so there will be more information coming there as well.
Thank you very much, Carsten. It's a thorough walkthrough of the company. Just start off the Q&A session. Fundamentals facing the company now, especially.
I'm sorry, Benjamin, but you are very much breaking out. It's very hard to hear you.
Sorry, Carsten. I hope this is better now. Looking at the fundamentals which are in place for the company, we do know that the technology is there, we do know that the people is there, that the market is growing. So could you just give us an update on how this new interest environment has potentially impacted or fueled some of the interest into the investment of the space? Have there been any changes within the last 12 months? And so a lot of the questions that we do get is how risky or how certain is the continued new investment in?
Okay, so you're asking about, I think, how is the market developing and what is the certainty for investing in GomSpace? First of all, I'm not going to comment as such on investing in GomSpace. I think people need to decide on that for themselves. The market continues to grow, as I have shown. We do see more and more demand. We see more requests from government, defense. We also see more commercial customers coming up. So I would say this is all fine. It's more a question of how we approach it. We have been honest, as there's been some hiccups in the past. And I believe what I have outlined here should be able to bring us on a, let's say, more stable path towards a more stable financial situation. And then from that situation, we can continue to grow more. I don't think there's no uncertainty in a market as such, and there is a market, absolutely not. But like I believe I've said earlier, is we still need to, in the end, somebody has to pay for all of this. So the business cases needs to make sense. And that's still an evolving market. Who are the end users that are willing to pay some money for a service, monitoring our fishing boats, taking pictures of Earth and doing data processing and picture processing, etc. That is still evolving, but is the market growing? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Carsten. The next question is regarding your North American aspirations. So you are already present in North America. You have been there for many years. Now you are speaking about sort of gaining more momentum in this market with product sales. Giving you a very strong brand and also knowledge of GomSpace within this industry, how quickly would you expect there to be a material ramp up in sales in North America?
I would say within it is a big market, and we only have a very small market share. And you can every time you do something in Europe, you can multiply by 5 in the US. It's just so much bigger. And I believe together with SAIC opening of that market, and we also do have a lot of direct sales. And by placing it's a very simple equation. We simply put in more salespeople, and we put in potentially also some system engineers to support sales or sales support engineers. I believe that within the next 12 months, hopefully sooner, we will be able to see some level of growth from that. And I purely base that on the dynamic I see in the market, the size of the market, and then leaning against SAIC for let's say, market presence will help us as well. So I have no reason to believe that it's not going to pay off to focus here.
Thank you, Carsten. The last bigger question is, given the fact you've now been during the company for quite some time, you've gotten to see the company through a capital injection as well, and you are slowly starting to land, I imagine. Where are you currently seeing the biggest opportunities for GomSpace, which were maybe not as focused on in the past?
Product sales.
Product sales, yeah.
Product sales, absolutely. Product sales. There is, we can capture a bigger market, and we have taken in many projects, and those projects some of them have been good, and many of them are good. But by focusing more on product sales, like I said, we have a very relatively good contribution margin on that. So selling there doesn't require a lot of effort afterwards. You need to produce, you need to deliver, it needs to work, but you're not tying a lot of business after that. So I think that's something that I like to say is somewhat a change and also more focus on that. I would say the other opportunity is to simply focus on more profitable projects. The opportunity is already in front of them. It's about taking more profitable projects and taking something that we are better at controlling.
Thank you very much, Carsten. I appreciate it. Due to the time, I have to conclude the call here. But again, thank you so much for participating today, and thank you to everybody who listened in on the call as well. Hope you all have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome everyone to this next presentation here at ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Granat and I work as an equity analyst at ABG covering IT and tech companies. And with us today we have the pleasure of hosting Trifork and Group Investment Director Fredrik Svanholm. And he will present the company for about 20 minutes and then we will follow up with some Q&A. So with that said, Fredrik, please go ahead.
Thank you, Simon, and thanks for having me. It's nice to be in Stockholm on a summer day for once. We are a company that has grown out of Denmark. We are an international software company, IT services company, consulting company. People call us a lot of things. But the main thing what we do is we help our customers succeed with software. And I wanted to show this picture on the front page. It's an app and a web-based solution, sort of a three module system we built in Denmark, delivered in 2021. For pregnancies and sharing health data for pregnant women all over Denmark. So it's one of the solutions we do or did. A good example of software that really creates good, enjoyable experiences for users and making life easier with software. So very briefly about me, background from investment banking, Carnegie, Danske Bank, and now I do M&A, venture investments, and some IR work also. This is our management. Very slim headquarter, you could say, and a very distributed organizational model. I'll get back to that. Our founder is Jørn. He's a CEO, still owns 20% of the company, and has a long track record of co-founding technology companies over the last 35 years. Christian is our CFO, owns around 1% of the company, joined in 2007 when he sold a company to Trifork and became CFO of Trifork. And then recently we expanded the executive management team to 3. Morten recently joined as Chief Revenue Officer. He actually rejoined Trifork, was with us for some years ago. And we placed him in one of our startups that we later sold to CrowdStrike, a cyber company called Humio. And now he just joined us in the beginning of May. We have a track record of growth, and we are a growth company. And as our CEO Jørn says, anything that doesn't grow, it's dying. So we need to grow every single year, and we always want to stay relevant, of course, to our customers. We also plan to grow this year. And we also like to make money. So you can see the CAGR in our EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA has been the same as our revenue CAGR. And despite all the turmoil in the world this last couple of years, our margins have been relatively stable, and we expect approximately the same for this year, so growth to continue. Here you see our guidance for the current year, and maybe I can just emphasize on our midterm targets, which is on a 3-year rolling basis. We expect 15 to 25% annual revenue growth, of which 10 to 15% organic. And that sort of matches what we've done in the past, where around 1/3 of our growth has come from acquisitions and 2/3 from organic growth. We don't really expect sort of any hockey stick improvements in our margins. We are in the industry we're in. There is a certain, you can say, ceiling of the types of margins you can do, but there is some operational leverage and more software as a service that we're doing, so we expect slight improvements over time. And then we have a net cash position today on the balance sheet, no debt, and we have a mandate up to 1.5x, giving us a firepower of a little bit more than 50 million euros for investments or other means of capital allocation. So briefly, this is Trifork in a nutshell, you can say. The core business, that's our solutions and services that we build for corporates and the public sector, 69 business units. And then we have our Trifork Labs, which is software startups that product-based, either companies we are co-founding with our own employees or where we are backing external founders. And this is really the innovation hub of Trifork. I'll get back to that. So let's dig into the core business. We are around 1,100 people in 14 countries, 69 business units. And as you can see, we've grown sort of historically out of Denmark into Europe. And a couple of dots in North America. We expect a few more over there. And actually yesterday we announced that we have hired an ex-Apple, ex-SAP executive to be our CEO Trifork US, and we see tremendous growth there. We grew 56% in the US last year and 68% in Q1, so we expect the growth to continue, hopefully at good rates there in the future. So I just wanted to touch a bit upon what is it actually we are looking at. What are the external growth drivers of our core business? Enterprise mobility adoption is a big one. More and more corporates, especially, are understanding and want to harness the power of mobile devices in the core workflows of their workers. So especially field service engineers and factory workers increase productivity massively when you give them a device with custom software or an app. I don't think I need to explain the healthcare costs too much, but just overall, aging populations, lack of doctors, lack of nurses, huge budget constraints for the healthcare industry, and of course, software here plays a huge role in increasing the productivity for the staff, and also to improve the customer experience towards, or the patient experience, I should say. Sustainability is, of course, a huge driver. Lots of the corporates are forced to invest into this now, also with the regulation, and software here plays a key role in reducing their emissions and reducing waste. And then regulation and end consumer demand is really driving cyber protection and cloud operations for us. This is some of our customers. We work very closely with many corporates and the public sector. Some of the corporates, they don't want us to show their logo, so this is just a selection of them, but increasingly software is becoming a competitive edge, so we can't actually explain publicly for some of our bigger customers what it is we're doing, because we're working really in the core of their work processes. So I'm just going to go through some quick case examples of things that we do so you get a bit more flavor. This is a platform we built for the Danish municipalities and regions, so all Danish municipalities, a telehealth platform where patients that have lung problems, or it could be heart issues, that have a problem getting to and from hospitals, they get a suitcase sent to their homes with different devices that they can measure themselves with, and then they can have meetings with doctors and nurses via an app. And this platform also makes it easy for healthcare professionals to share data. So very patient-centric solution, and telehealth is something you will see in many more countries around the world going forward. It's something that will help reduce the cost in the system. For a big Nordic supermarket chain, we built this app, you as a customer go in, barcode on each product, and you swipe, and then you leave the store. So very good customer experience, got good reviews. We also built for Swiss Air the app for the crew, so it accesses passenger information and preferences before departure. What kind of food would you like? What kind of drinks would you like? And gives you a real-time overview also of what's in stock on the plane. And this is used to predict how much and which types of food to bring on the route. And of course, that reduces food waste, but also really just improves the passenger experience. So we've worked with Swiss for many years. Vestas, we built these 4 apps for their 10,000 service engineers around the world. Vestas is running on SAP, and they needed apps to work seamlessly with SAP in the field. After we rolled these 4 apps out, they saved 400,000 hours in the first year. The return on investment was 6 months. And this case study was also featured by Apple on their website. We are reporting our business in 6 business areas. As you can see, 3 verticals and 3 horizontals. The verticals we have very deep domain expertise in. For example, digital health. We've been doing this for 25 years plus in Denmark. Fintech, we've built the online banks and many interesting solutions over the years. The most used payment app in Denmark we built back in the day. Then we have the 3 horizontals, cyber protection and cloud operations, and then smart enterprise. Smart enterprise was, for example, the type of solution we did for Vestas. And of course, these 3 horizontals, they don't only support these type of industries, but also other types of industries. And we generally have a very low industry concentration in this part. So we stand on many different legs. We have around 1/3 of our revenues to the public sector and 2/3 to the private sector. And our customer concentration is relatively low. And then we don't really do any business in China and Russia and other geopolitically sensitive areas. We focus on Northern Western Europe primarily, and then increasingly now on the US as well. Yeah, in terms of risk as well, maybe it's worth mentioning that we also do acquisitions, as you saw on the first revenue chart, and we focus on small acquisitions. We believe that's less risky and makes it easy to understand what we're buying. And talking about risk, because we believe it's very important to actually understand risk when you are in the space that we are in, because we feel that software carries certain life cycle risks that are higher than in many other industries. Innovation speed is really fast in our industry, and so a product that you build today, it might be obsolete in 7 years. So as a consultant, as a service-based business, we of course also have our own IP and certain frameworks that we can reuse for different types of customers again and again, but it's about managing how much you own. If you own the product and own the customer relationship, you can make high margins, but you also are increasingly exposed to this life cycle risk. And we feel we have a very balanced exposure to this. Most of the IP we build, we actually hand it over to the customer, and then we work in small increments in close relationships with the customer. So we try to inspire them about smaller projects, medium-sized projects that are manageable also for them to make decisions around. And no like large projects here, we build this, it'll take 2 years and 200 people and then come back to us in 10 years when you want something new. That's not how we work. So we try to get them into this wheel. This is our go-to-market model. We call it Inspire, Build, and Run. In Inspire, we have our own conference brands. We do software conferences. We invite our customers in, our employees and other stakeholders to follow the latest trends. We get really interesting speakers in from all over the world to understand what are the latest trends in the software industry. We film all of these speaks and we put them on YouTube and Instagram actually. We have more than 47 million views of these videos. So think TED Talk kind of style. And of course we can use that data. We can see which videos are trending most. And then we know, oh, maybe we need to focus a little bit more on this new technology. So that also helps us always know how do we stay most relevant for our customers. Because that is really what we do. We know more than our customers. That's why they come to us. We do design workshops, and then we go into concept, proof of concept, and then product development with the customers. And this is the core part, you can say, or the most of our revenue, 3/4 of revenue. And also 3/4 of this revenue last year came from repeat customers, meaning customers we've had for more than 2 years. And mostly it's actually for many more years than that. We make decent margins here, 21% adjusted EBITDA in Q1. Then we like to also run the software we build for them, meaning we maintain it, we service, we operate it in our data centers. This is mostly recurring business, and we also made okay margins here in Q1. The margin potential here is higher than this, but we've also invested a lot in the growth in this space. So a couple of words around our organizational model, because I really think it's one of the unique feats about Trifork and explains the success we've had in the past. We have an extremely decentralized organization of 69 business units. And we see our organization a bit like a tree growing. So every time a branch becomes thick, it will always naturally split in more branches. And that's how we want to do with our organization. We would like to keep units small because that does a lot to culture, it does a lot to delivery, staying close to the customer, changing directions fast, promoting internal talent faster, because when we split a unit, when it reaches around 42 people, we promote an internal person to become leader of the new unit. Of course, so we have 69 business units today, and so it's a very flat organizational structure. We arrange workshops for all of our business unit leaders 4 times a year. They go on a 2-3 day workshop where they help each other solve the problems that they have, or the goals that they have. So every month we measure their growth, their margins, their employee churn. We also on an ongoing basis measure their customer happiness, sick leave, etc. And then we have some sales directors, CCOs, and they basically coordinate the strategic sales initiatives that we're doing across the different business areas. But this means we can retain talent, attract talent faster. It means we are much more scalable and agile, and it really makes us stand again on many different legs in the way that we are not depending on only a few people in the organization. It's very widespread. So going into Trifork Labs quickly. So here we co-found software product startups, either from our own employees that get good ideas that have a match with our core business, or external ideas that we see synergies with. So that could be that we act as a reseller of the products, and it really supports our innovation culture. We get other VCs and angels to invest, so both that validates the case, but it also reduces the risk for us. And we have a very strong track record here and have done some good exits in the past. And actually, the value creation we've done in Trifork Labs has paid for a lot of our M&A over the years. So we see this as our R&D machine, but it's very transparent. Everyone can go in and see what we're doing. Whereas for most other companies and many other industries, R&D is this black box where no one actually knows what's going on in there. So we also think for our investors, this is beneficial. And then we like to exit before these startups, they reach the maturity phase. Just very briefly, because it's very hard for startups out there right now, and we get a lot of questions, well, what's the health of your startups? And so we report the value of our startups every quarter. And here you see the 5 most valuable ones. And we feel relatively comfortable with these 5. This one is in control of their cash flow. This one is profitable and paying out a dividend. This one took in 23 million euros last year and just landed a global partnership with Novartis. They have other big pharma and medtech companies, and basically building software for administering, for example, diabetes. This is a Norwegian cyber protection company owned by private equity, where we are a software partner. And then this is a cyber company that also is profitable and paying out dividends. So that's 70% of the book value in Labs. And Labs overall is around 14-15% of our market cap at the moment. ESG, I think in respect of time, I just wanted to say by far the biggest factor for us when it comes to ESG is that we build software that helps our customers become more sustainable. It's a lot of the inflow that we get. We're also investing in building our own offices, actually, and do smart building concept. But I would suggest you go in and check out our ESG report for more detail. And then very briefly on our shareholder base. So as you see, our founder and CEO owning 20% still. Faird, Norwegian investment company, 10%. Co-founder of Trifork, he's not active anymore, 6.6%. And then a Danish foundation, 5%. And around half, or we estimate around half of our employees are shareholders. So that's a big chunk of this. But also through acquisitions, we've paid with shares historically. So all of these founders that are still with the company, they also own a good amount of shares. I think with that, we're ready for Q&A.
Great. Thank you so much, Fredrik. Very interesting to hear your story, I must say. But let's continue with a couple of questions. So I'd like to start on the M&A opportunities that you see out there, because you've historically held an active M&A agenda. What types of companies are you looking for? What types of multiples do you generally acquire at? Can you talk a little bit on what you actually want to find out there?
Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, around a third of our growth historically has come from acquisitions, and it's something we expect to continue. Since we don't want to do big acquisitions necessarily, we need them to fit into our teal organization. It means we have to do more small acquisitions. We do not really like to do too much of these bidding processes and structured processes. So our approach is more to find the companies ourselves or through our networks. Many times we actually know them really well, have partnered with these companies, delivered on the same customer with them. So that's the way we do due diligence often. It takes a year or two. And it means that when those companies realize that they would like to become part of Trifork, then you know, from the idea to signing the papers can go relatively fast. We see right now that the valuations for the good companies, the good IT services consulting companies, are still pretty high in a historical context, and they should be because, to be honest, money has been cheap in the last 5-8 years at least, and a lot of companies that didn't deserve high valuations got high valuations. The ones that stand back today as being good companies and making good margins, they also know it. So that's not a problem necessarily for us. We would rather maybe pay a little bit more, and knowing that what we're buying is a high quality founder, technical team that really know what they're doing and have a roadmap for growth, and where we can find sales synergies within the group. And then we don't have to spend too much time going in and fixing things. And a lot of the things that have fallen in value, and that I meet many of them on a weekly basis, or at least a monthly basis, in these structured processes, not always of the highest quality. So those prices, you can debate if they are fair or not. But there's still many opportunities out there. It's a really scattered market, and because we are looking for small companies, I mean, it's a blue ocean of acquisition opportunities, but it's a lot of hard work.
And I believe, or I presume, that you've been able to increase prices in the recent 2 years, and that has been relatively uncommon for IT services companies overall to actually increase prices if you look on at the sector from a 10-year perspective. But now prices are coming up. How do you price increases going into 2023, and also relating that to salary increases?
Yeah, it's a good question, and one that we get often. And maybe first I wanted to say, as you saw in the EBITDA chart, our margins in the last 3 years have been relatively stable despite everything that's gone on in the world. We find that the employees have been reasonable. Of course, we also have to meet demands, and people have to make a good living working for us, and we are in competition with a lot of other companies. But we also think our customers understand that we need to pass that on to them. And in many instances, especially in our build revenue, we have actually inflation-linked pricing, also on the public side. So we've managed that quite well. But yeah, it's hard to generalize an answer because we have 69 business units. We are in many different areas, so it's not like it's the same picture in every single niche that we are in. But overall, we are not seeing this massive inflation picture that the media is painting. It's relatively modest.
Good answer. Then you talked a little bit about the customer journey as you acquire or as you win a new customer. Could you talk a little bit about the revenue and margin profile? Is it more back heavy, forward leaning heavy, or how should we think about margin profile as you acquire a new customer?
So if you think about the lifetime of, and we like to keep our customers for a long time, of course, as I think in most industries, the beginning of the relationship, that's where you as the vendor also invest in the relationship. So doing workshops and inspiring them to what they want to do, well, that's a cost that more or less is on our side. As we run into build, we invoice, fast. We do not like to have our invoices out there for a long time. And we don't want to run the risk of any potential customer not paying their bills, of course. So that's more or less the revenue profile there fits with how we deliver the software. And then as we go into run, where we maintain and service the software, of course the margin profile goes up. But as I said, right now we are investing a lot into our capabilities in maintaining and servicing and operating. We are building new data centers. We built one in Switzerland and Denmark. In our cyber protection business, we've also invested quite a lot. So, but we believe the margin potential is also relatively good there. And we have in previous quarters posted closer to 30% EBITDA margin rather than the 21.1 we did in Q1.
Great. And then just a final quick one, because AI has certainly been in the news more recently. How do you seek to leverage AI opportunities out there?
We've been active in AI for a long time. For us, AI isn't a new thing. We've built AI in the healthcare space, in the manufacturing space. In Copenhagen Airport, we've done a cool project with NVIDIA. So I want to say first and foremost, the AI hype that you're seeing right now, it's a lot about language-based models and basically making AI really user-friendly for the everyday person. In the industrial setting, also a lot of interesting things going on. We see this as a huge enabler for a company like ours, because it means adoption of interesting projects will go up amongst our customers. That gives more work to us. It's also a tool for us. A lot of things in our processes can now be done faster. But yeah, no, we see it as an opportunity. Whether there are certain aspects of what we're doing today that we can more or less replace with AI, perhaps, but we see this as more opportunities than threats.
Interesting and exciting to hear about that in the future. Thank you so much for attending here today, Fredrik.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Mikkel Korsgaard Rasmussen and I'm working as an equity analyst here at ABG, where I cover Danish IT and tech companies. And the next company to present is Relisys, which today is represented by the CEO and co-founder Jesper Rosgaard and the CFO Mads Stoffer Larsen. So when you're ready, guys, then please feel free to start your presentation.
Thank you, Mikkel. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure. We only have 20 minutes, so we'll try to do our best to give you a feeling about who is Relisys, what's the business model, and how does the market look like. I think maybe, and it's not something that I'm to be too proud about, that we are a very secret company because we are doing internal apps for bigger retailers. So even though that we are not a brand in the SaaS industry, you may know a lot of our clients. Some of these clients are already displayed here on the first page. Let's go to the second page. Jens Ole and I founded Relisys in 2014. We made a bold business plan that we want to help bigger retailers. We only had 10, let's say, ICP prospect in a list, and those who were in that prospect list were retailers who are in the forefront of their business. Overall, we see that the retail business is very, very old-fashioned. Many of you may have worked as your first job in a gasoline station or in a bakery. This first slide is a view about the back room. So all these young people coming for the first job, they will go into the back room in a store and will see a whiteboard with all different kinds of materials. This could be materials about who's taking my next schedule. It could be materials printed from the headquarters. All this kind of information is a mess all over the place. And in many cases, the big retailers will, of course, have SAP as the backroom system on how to calculate the goods and how to see the revenues in the stores. But in some cases, they will also have, of course, an intranet solution or a SharePoint solution from Microsoft. This is normally run on the store manager's computers in the back room. But of course, a very, very, very difficult view for the headquarters to see who's doing what for the retailers. And what we're trying to do, let's go on the next slide. What we're trying to do is to build one app with a common interface so everybody knows where to log in. So you take the whole whiteboard, you take the intranet, you take all the Facebook and WhatsApp group which is running out there in the stores, and you combine it into one place. This is an example of Netto. Netto is actually an old Relisys client. They've been running with Relisys for more than 4 years. Netto is using Relisys for the pre-boarding of all new employees, for the onboarding, to make sure that Spotvar for the next week is being presented here. It's run with how to close down the stores when you have the night shift and you have to close down the store. Everything is run into here. A lot of the things that Netto and, of course, Sani Group already had in place was different kind of systems. So, for instance, they will have a big data warehouse where they have all the KPIs on how the performance is running. It will normally be then shipped into an Excel sheet, sent out to the store managers, and then it is being printed and put it up on the whiteboard. Now we tap into different kind of system. So we have APIs running. So if you're a Netto employee, you have actually 7 APIs running. So it will be for a duty plan system, a workforce management system. It will be for the data warehouse when it comes to the index numbers in the stores. It could also be if they're having ServiceNow and they have problems with the cooling desk, then they can report in here. So everything is put into one place. The DNA that we have is that we're working with gamification. So instead of pushing the young employees to take the training or to take the task or to read certain information, we try to nudge them by giving them points for reading certain kind of information. So, for instance, when they open the app, they earn points. When they read important information from the CEO, they earn a lot of points. When they take the training, they earn points. And all these things are put into a high score, which is displayed on the left side of your screen. This high score is a high score which is internal of each of the stores, but it's also a high score where the stores are battling with other stores in the same district. So this makes this a fun and engaging environment. And this is one of the key things of the success for Relisys. Yeah, that's the overall picture here. Let's go into some other slides so you have a feeling about some of the other clients that we have. I would say by far, supermarket, that's a super customer for Relisys because we're running more than 3,500 stores as we speak. We're running, maybe some of you know the selling group from Denmark. So the whole selling group from Starbucks to selling groups, Stormagasiner to Føtex and Bilka, and also the Grofa is a big customer as well. Another nice customer is Specsavers. This is Specsavers Northern Europe. It's plus 500 stores. They're running the same thing as a selling group. The whole thing in everything they do when they communicate to all the employees is run through the Relisys system. They're very, very strong on the training part. But whatever they do, everything is put into this Specsavers app, which is called Greenpoint. Let's go to the next slide. This is a very nice US client. This is Nice Cosmetic. It's a client for more than 2 years. We have 5 big beauty retail clients. Maybe some of you know some of the brands. When you go to the airport, you will see different kind of counters. One of these counters is normally NARS and Shiseido. This is a wholesale solution. So this is normally girls selling these beauty products. Normally, they will have the communication by having somebody going out in the store explaining the new product. Now it's put into one platform. So the Relisys is now providing a direct link between the people selling the cosmetics and to the headquarters. And now they have this whole universe where they can see about new product launches, give them tips and tricks on how to use the products. Everything is put into here. Again, gamification, a key element to keep the engagement high. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, a little bit about the external and internal drivers. Mads will talk a little bit more about this.
Yes, thank you, Jesper. I'll just turn the screen just a bit. Yeah, so now I will be talking just a little bit about the market that Relisys is operating in, and what we have been experiencing the last few years is that the market has some external drivers, but also internal drivers within our clients' companies. For the external, one of the big drivers is, of course, that non-desk work force that we are targeting is making up 80% approximately of the total workforce globally. And at the same time, millennials and bring your own device to work are some drivers that are really supporting the right time and place for Relisys. Looking at the internal drivers, the first one we listed here is streamlining communication flows. As Jesper mentioned, we are directing the communication directly to the right person. What we are also supporting is closing down non-compliant solutions. Many of our clients, they have experienced that Facebook groups and other stuff has been created, but not by the global headquarters, but by individual employees. Now we can collect everything in a centrally governed solution. At the same time, improving employee engagement is a big internal driver. That's something that a lot of companies, of course, have focus on. Yeah, I think please go to the next slide and we can have a look at the size of the market, the addressable market. And so, as mentioned, of course, 80% of the global workforce is non-desk workers. And another interesting insight is that 79% of all the workers are not engaged. And of course, when we have a solution that can help increasing engagement, this is a huge potential impact on our addressable market. At the same time, we see expectations for the market for engagement and connectivity to go from 55 billion to 159 billion in 2025. So an average of 24% growth in the market. Even though we are only looking at the retail part of the market, it's close to 500 million employees worldwide. So I think it's safe to say that our addressable market is huge. Next slide, please.
And I just add on a little bit about what we're helping with the clients. Now you talk about engagement, but in the end that we are helping the clients, it's normally increase in productivity, cost savings. And as of course, if you're working with in retail, you need to have them, you're staying for a longer time. So the churn, employee retention, many names. And then of course, there's a compliance part that's closing down Facebook and WhatsApp and different kind of groups. That's the 4 things that we are helping with.
Yeah, and before you saw some of the examples of the actual apps, basically what we do is we sell an app platform. All clients have to have essentials, and that's sort of the basic package that you always have to have. And then on top of that, we have 4 different pro modules, one for communication, one for training, and one for operations, and one for security. Essentials and these packages, they are all sold by user licenses. We have a strategy that we are going for land and expand. So in many cases, we are starting with essentials, maybe even only essentials for part of a company or a group. And then from there on, we expand with the pro modules and even extra licenses across different territories or regions. In average, our rollout time is 8 to 12 weeks. So we can also pretty quickly roll out in the organizations. Next slide. Okay, so looking about who are Relisys and what are we? We are from 2022, end of the year, we had 182 clients. They had users in 79 countries, and the clients were based in 14 different countries. And we had 256,000 user licenses sold. As Jesper mentioned, we are pretty strong in retail. 65% of our ARR is coming from retail or wholesale. But really our ideal customer profile is defined by clients that have employees working directly with the client's customers. And that is the target group. So we can also have restaurants or entertainment as our ideal customer profile. As you can see, most of our revenue is coming from Denmark. We are a Danish company, but we are on an international growth journey. And as you can see, we grew our ARR base by 83% last year during 2022. Next slide, please. This is just an example of some of our clients and their brand names. You can see that retail is strongly represented by Salling Group and Norgesgruppen, but also bestseller with brand names like Jack & Jones and Veomoda. But yeah, it is really much retail.
And here you will see this is normally bigger clients with multiple stores in several different languages, maybe with very advanced hierarchy. So Range is being used both in the stores in New York as well in Copenhagen. The same with it could be Tiger Sweden and other clients. So it's spread out on multiple locations. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Oh, sorry.
Yes. And I think if you look to the number of stores that we're supporting right now, I think with Norgesgruppen, which is a slide coming in next, it's around 25,000 stores in 91, 92 countries and 26 different languages. And that's due to our clients who are globally presented. Yes.
Yeah. Back in December 21, we did an IPO, and from the prospectus, you will be able to see that we were expecting to reach 75 to 85 million Danish crowns in ARR by 2024. We are very much executing on that strategy. As you can see, we are guiding 59 to 64 million in ARR this year, 23. And the other thing that we are also mentioning in our annual report is that we have insufficient cash to bring us to a positive cash flow. And the next slide, please. This slide is based on our Q1 announcement. We were very happy in Q1 that we were able to sign with Norgesgruppen, a really large retailer in Norway. Many of you probably know. And looking at Q1, we had a strong quarter, basically almost no churn in terms of ARR. 1.7 million Danish in net uplift and 2.5 million in ARR from new clients. Looking at the last 12 months, our ARR churn was 4%, 22% in net uplift, and an NRR of 117. Yes. The next slide is basically a few more examples of our financial key indicators for the last 5 quarters. And yeah, I think let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, it's just the board of directors. We have a small presentation of these great people. Alexander is the chairman of the board. He used to be CFO, CEO of a listed company called IC Company. And then we have Thor Skov Jørgensen. He has his experience from within the retail industry, but especially working at Boston Consulting Group for some time. And then we have Christian Hjort. He's a new board member, and he has been working for 2 SaaS enterprise companies in California for the last 10 years. Latest on Snapdoc, so he's been scaling 2 companies quite successful as a CRO. And I'm very happy to have him aboard. And then we have Lars Christian Roner, who was the CMO from Site Improve, but also as Unity. So he's guiding us on how to execute on the marketing strategy. So these are the board of directors. Yeah, and then we have in our new AI project, which we are extremely proud about. All these data that we're gathering, because we have a product which is going deep within one industry. So we're having a lot of data that we are collecting. And we're now proud to say that we can now predict up to 83% accuracy, 60 days before who's likely to turn out of the business. And this of course, is a key factor for any bigger retailers to make sure that you're keeping the right people, because it's very, very, very expensive to onboard new employees. So this is, of course, really, really exciting. this will have a big effect for all the clients at Realisys. So looking forward to do this launch within the next couple of months. Yes. Next slide. I think that's it. I think one thing that if you go some slide back and you look at the prospectus and you see Mads' slide about the growth, I think a key factor until we made the IPO, Jens Ole and I founded Realisys in October 2014. We had the first client in May 15. But until we made the IPO, the 1st of December 2021, we have been bootstrapping, right? So the scale and the growth has been done in a healthy way, so without external funding. So we've been saying no to external funding all the way up to the IPO. So we've been bootstrapping Realisys, which is so it's quite unique with Realisys, and I think that's one of the successes why we're here today is that we have been really, growing the company the way that we felt that was right. And it's one of the key things of success. Just a small detail. All right, Mikkel.
Yeah, thank you guys for the presentation. I think there's time for some questions then. So I think I'll just continue the way you left, or the place you left, concerning profitability and the path back to profitability. So as you said, you grew profitably from 2014 to 2020, and then you followed that by high growth investments to ramp up the further international expansion. Could you perhaps be a bit more specific on the path to profitability again? I mean, is there a specific time horizon, and could you also please shed some light on how you view the growth versus profitability trade-off and some different scenarios here?
I think it's the one of the key things is that, of course, we are controlling when to be profitable. But I think a key sentence for, of course, Mads is, of course, we have enough cash to go cash positive. So it's really on how ambitious we want to be and how much investments we want to do. But of course, I think Realisys, we are in an extremely fast-growing market, and there is something called race to base. So as we speak right now, we know that, of course, NorgesGruppen is the big retailers. It's they own 42% of the supermarket industry within in Norway, and we know that they will create, of course, ripple effects in that industry, not only into Norway but also, of course, to other big supermarket chains, because we have so much best practice, so much knowledge from for a lot of supermarket stores, running their everyday life within the Realisys systems. So I think it's about how much pressure you want to put out to the market. I think, of course, as you've been bootstrapping and then you have some money that you, of course, it's an investment that you want to put into sales and marketing. I think we have some learnings to do there still yet. But I know for a fact where we want to put Realisys, and also know who to have in place and how to get there. So I think it's still up to us on how much pressure we want to put out there in the business. But I know for a fact it has been in Solis and my everyday life for 6-7 years until the IPO, right? So it's something that we are very much used to, controlling how we use the money. And I think right now we are in a position where we want to focus, narrowing, and of course there's been some learnings since we IPO'd. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and then just one final question. I think we have time for that. So could you please elaborate a bit on how you view competition, and what do you think makes Realisys better than your competitors, and also try to relate that to the international expansion?
I think it's a great question because, as I told you in the beginning introduction, that we're a very secret company, but many of you may know our brands and the clients that we have in the portfolio. And that's one of the geniuses of what we're doing right now. But you can divide our competition into, I would say, 3 categories. If you go to the top shelf client, which are the big one when it's called thousands of stores, we will always meet Microsoft. That's one big competitor, right? They have been using a very, very attractive F1 frontline license for a very, very low price. So Microsoft is a key player, and then of course we have Staffbase, funded by a VC called Insight Partners, been scaling quite fast. So these are the two main competitors when you go to the super enterprise, and it doesn't matter if it's a big retailer in London, Amsterdam, or in Norway. These two competitors are always put into place and do benchmarking with Relisys. Then you go down to the next level. Here you have local, I would say local champions or local competition. A lot of these competition are divided into more sectors. So you go into the Dutch market, you will see we have a close competitor there. It's called SpeakApp, but they will only have the communication part. They don't have the training module, right? So the uniqueness of Relisys is we go very, very deep within one industry and stick to that place, right? So the uniqueness is when you combine the 4 or the 3 modules that Mads talked about, so the communication, the training, and the operation part, that these 3 modules makes Relisys unique. Of course, we see that it's becoming, more and more competition. That's also why we made the IPO, to put more pressure that Jens Ole and I could afford, right? So we say we need to, because it's a market which is there right now. So when I'm pitching on a big retailer or big supermarket chain in Sweden, they don't have anything like this. So they have the whiteboard and they have the old intranet, which is one size fits all. But the competition, if it doesn't matter if it's super enterprise or local champion, there's one line that Relisys is always going to win. That's the engagement, right? So we have the highest engagement. And the engagement is done by us really digging deep and understanding the client's business. Some will say it's a disadvantage that we do 8 to 12 weeks onboarding. We find this to be very attractive because you need to understand the clients that you want to help. You need to solve the pains, and to do this, you need to invest. And I think that's one of the key factors, that it's not one size fits all for Relisys. So even within selling group, Netto have one app, Bilka have one app, Føtex has one app. The same with Norgesgruppen. Now they have a Kiwi app. They will also have a Menu app and an Asco app. It's different thing, and it takes time to understand this. But I think that's the key thing, to have the highest engagement and to make the biggest difference for the clients. So that's the key thing. And if for Netto in Denmark, for instance, they have a churn on 40% of the store managers before Relisys. Since Relisys have been implemented, now it's down to 20%. So that's the key thing that we're doing. That's just by having high engagement.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, perfect. So we've run out of time, unfortunately, but thank you guys for your presentation, and have a great day. So.
And thank you for having us. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Sure.
Thank you, Mikkel, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me now, I have the CEO of Lime Technologies, Nils Olsson, who will give us an overview of the company, after which I'll ask some questions, and that will be it. Please go ahead, Nils.
Thanks a lot for that, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to present today. So my name is Nils, been at Lime for 17 years now, and been running as CEO the last 2 years. So let's start by giving a little bit of a short overview about what Lime really is about. So we've always been running Lime with a very long-term perspective, more or less, and I think that has given us a fantastic footprint, as you can see. So over the years, we've been growing Lime in average around 19% per year, with an EBITDA margin of, in average, 25%. So something that we are really, really proud about. But no matter how big we've been, how many customers we had, how many markets we entered, and so on, we more or less have had a same goal, and that is to help our customers to become really, really strong in sales, in customer care, so they can help their customers in a good way. And we do that by combining really, really strong software and expertise within certain areas. We have been growing Lime now into 10 offices in 6 different markets. And if we look at the last couple of years, we opened up Netherlands in 2020. We opened up Germany throughout an acquisition of Userlike in 2021. And last year in 2022, we opened up our development hub in Krakow in Poland. And in total today, we are around 400 employees spread all over Europe. If we look at our customer base and user base, we are 6,500 customers today, and we do deals with many customers on a yearly basis, so we have a very low customer concentration. If we look at the top 10 customers, stands for approximately 1.2% of our revenue, and if we look at the biggest customer, stands for approximately 0.6% of our revenue. And a big user base as well, around 80,000 users are using our software on a daily basis. So I think this is one of the most common questions I get nowadays. So how is the market situation? How does it look? What kind of impact does that have on your business and the business society in general? And if we look at this, I mean, and we look at Lime history, we've been through a couple of tough times before. We have had the IT crisis in 2000. We have had a financial crisis in 2008. We had 2020 with Corona. And also, I think when everybody thought that, okay, let's have a great 2022, we also had a war, an invasion of Ukraine. And I think that it's one thing to really run a company in good times, but it's also a really big difference between having, okay, how can we see long-term profitable growth, both in good times and in tough times? I mean, if we look at our performance throughout those crises, we've been managing to go out as a stronger company and do investments throughout tougher times so we can build a stronger Lime going forward. And that's more or less, okay, what will happen in 22, what will happen in 23 and going on. That's our mindset, to build a long-term profitable growth company, combining good growth and strong profitability. If we look at the CRM market, we can talk about a little bit about penetration. And I think many things that the penetration of CRM is quite big. But if we look at the different markets what we have entered, we can see that the penetration is 62% in Netherlands. And then we are looking at the companies that has 10 or more employees. If we look at Germany, we have a penetration of 49%. And if we look at the Nordics, we have a penetration of 43%. So in average, around 50%. So there is a lot of companies that still needs a strong CRM system. And we can see that it has, of course, a couple of factors driving that. We have the general digitalization trend, which is, of course, having a positive impact, that we need to find smarter and more efficient way to handle our customer relations. And we also have a quite big base of old installations of software. And we can see, especially on the German market, which is represented by the gray area, where we have old software installations with on-prem software. And we can see, especially on the German market, where we have a bigger, I would say, positive feeling nowadays towards cloud software and new software in general, which I think has a great potential for us going forward. If we look at our market position, we have been competing with the big giants, American giants, in many, many years now. We have Microsoft and Salesforce. And if we look at their business plan, more or less, is to have an indirect model, meaning that they use partners in their sales. So they would like to find the big implementation projects where you can sell a lot of hours, because that's how a partner of those companies are more or less surviving. If we look at our unique selling point, that is more to cover the whole chain. We develop the software, we sell the software, we implement the software, we take care of the support, and we take care of the governance. And we do that in a combination of being local. So we are working close with our customers throughout the whole journey, and we do it locally in each country, which means that we can really help out when the customers are in need. And I think one of the things that really stands out with our business model is the support. And I think that if you try to contact many of the big companies out there, it's quite hard to get hold of them, more or less. But we have a policy at Lime, and that is more or less that we should pick up the phone within 3 signals. And I think that's a really good way to stand out, because we know that if someone really needs help, the best way to really be a good supplier in the end is to really be there when someone really needs you. If we look at our different platforms, we have 3 different platforms today. We have Lime Go, Lime CRM, and we have Userlike. And starting with Lime Go, that's a product where we released in 2014-15. And it's a very streamlined product where it's packaged with all the data within the Nordic region, more or less. So company information, contact information, financial information, and so on. And the value that we really give to our customers is within sales and marketing, meaning that we can really help our customers to find new customers to contact based on their previous behavior, more like Spotify, Netflix, and so on. So based on how you've been acting in the software, then we can recommend what type of customers you should actually contact. Today, Lime Go stands for around 4% of our revenue, and it's mainly sold in Sweden. So the goal going forward is to also get a better traction outside of Sweden. If we take Lime CRM, it's a product more or less on the opposite of Lime Go. The uniqueness is the flexibility. So it can handle all of those things that all CRM systems can do. I mean, handling company information, contact information, writing notes, handling deals, documents, and so on. But what's really unique with Lime CRM is the flexibility to customize it so it really suits the customer's needs. So it really feels like their own software. So let me take an example of BMW Financial Services. And they've been having as more or less the standard needs as all companies. But on top of that, they needed to handle marketing, they need to handle ticketing, they need to handle ways to more or less provide dashboards and insights. They need to handle their resignations of different contracts and so on. And that's when we can really build a customized solution. So you have a standard-based platform in the bottom, and on top of that, you can do these kind of customizations. The latest platform that we had in our portfolio is Userlike, which we added in 2021, and it's a messaging platform, and it's a way to help our customers to find better and improved communication with the end customers. And as you can see, really strong brands, big German companies are using the software, and it can be used both on the sales side, but also on a ticketing side, helping customers with communication. Looking at some of the functionalities, it started with a live chat, but quite rapidly went into a chatbot, but also having a communication spread throughout all the messaging channels like WhatsApp or Messenger and so on. So you can really be and helping the customers where they are. Combining this, we have an offer from our management part, and that's the Lime Intense, which goes through all the different packages, which means that we help our customers with the behavioral change. So many times you talk about software companies, that's more or less providing a software, and that will solve all the problems in the world. But I think the majority of how we should have better customer relations and customer interactions is about behavioral change. So combining that with strong software really makes the value of our products. If we look from a Lime CRM perspective, we have a go-to-market strategy where we focus on verticalization. And the Lime CRM stands for around 76% of our revenue today, and usually like 10%. So if we look from a Lime CRM, we are doing this on a verticalization level. And we have 4 verticals today. We have utility, we have real estate, we have wholesale and consultancy. And throughout the years, we've been adding many companies and logos within these verticals. So we really know what kind of pains, what kind of needs they have. So what we've done is that we have taken the Lime CRM, the base solution, and then put another layer on top of that with the verticalization, meaning that we have pre-built more or less the standard integrations that is necessary, the standard workflows that is necessary within this to really help within the core processes of these companies. The good thing by being a little bit like more focused is that we can really use this when we enter new markets, so it will be easier to do the internationalization. And it's also, of course, when we compete with the global companies with really, really strong brands, it's also easier to be more focused on one vertical, to be top 3 to start with within one vertical, and then to go for the market leading position. So if we look at all these verticals, stands for today around 60% of our revenue, and the rest, if we do these really good, of course that will spill over to the more standardized solutions as well, and that stands for 40% of the revenue today. And the goal going forward is to increase the revenue coming from the verticalization. If we look at the Q1, we had that report on 26th of April. We can see that we started the year in a quite good way. We had a total growth of 22%, with an EBITDA margin of 26%, ARR growth of 14%, and also, which is a very big part of our DNA, is recruiting and onboarding new employees. And in Q1, we onboarded 26 new employees. And I think if we look at, in general, the Q1, we have a little bit like, yes, we see a little bit longer sales processes in general compared to previous periods. But still, I think it's important to really focus on what we can impact, because the macro environment is really hard to influence in that sense. So it's a lot about mindset, to really be on our toes on a daily basis, more or less, both on the sales side and on the expert services side. If we look at some specific details in the growth, I think we are very happy with the growth in general in Sweden. I think we have a growth of 21% in Q1, which is really, really strong. And especially if we look in one of our 2 revenue streams, we have expert services that has a really strong performance in Q1. What can we do better? That's always a big focus. And I think for me, the sales in the rest of Europe is something that we are focusing on to have a better speed. We had a growth of 23% in Q1, which is for me a little bit lower than expected. And also to continue to improve the ARR growth going forward. I think 14% is in line with previous quarters and if you look historically. But I think that's an area where we always want to find improvement areas, both for adding more value to our new customers, but also, of course, to existing customers as well. We are continue to recruit, and We have a good candidate pipeline to our next trainee program starting in August. And what we've seen on the labor market is more or less that the employee churn has decreased a bit. So rolling 12 months now, we are at 6%. And historically, I would say that we are around on 10%. And I would say it's a combination. We've done many activities to lower the employee churn. We have a share saving program. We changed the comp and ben model for expert services. We are focusing on leadership and so on. But at the same time, of course, I also think we have a direct correlation with the macro environment at the moment. So we will continue to recruit for August, but of course we have a combination of the churn and the amount of new employees coming in. If we look at our financial targets, we have a goal on the growth side with 18%. And as you can see, last 12 months, Q1, we are at 21%. We have an EBITDA margin to be above 25%, and we are at 26%. Net debt in relation to EBITDA should be less than 2.5, and it's on a quite low side of 0.8. And dividend, we have a dividend that is expected to correspond to at least 50% of the net profit, and we ended up at 55%. So more or less on track with the financial targets at the moment. So, a couple of questions and...
Yes, thank you very much for that, Nils.
Thanks.
So you're aiming for 18% annual growth.
Yep.
What would you say will be the main driver of this? Will it be entering new markets, achieving higher penetration on your current markets, expanding your product offering? What would you say?
I would say at the moment, I mean, in those 18%, we also have that with M&A. But at the moment, I feel that, and that's more or less been my mindset. We did a Userlike acquisition in 2021. If we look at the M&A market, I think the valuations became too high, more or less going forward from 21, and it's been harmonized a bit throughout 22. But I still think that maybe it will go down a little bit on the smaller tech companies going forward. So at the moment, we don't really stress the M&A situation. Even if we look at the financial targets, we have the possibility to do that. We have a strong cash flow, we have a low net debt, but I feel that it's more important to focus on the markets where we are at the moment. So talking about the growth, where it will come from, I think really focusing on scaling the markets where we're in at the moment. We are not looking at the new geography at the moment, but also I would say that we can also see maybe we could expand our offering when it comes to the amount of verticals that we focus on. Because Lime CRM is a really flexible platform in that sense, which means it gives us the opportunity to add 1 or 2 verticals going forward. So organic growth and I would say verticalization, and the main driver should be that we should focus the revenue from the markets outside of Sweden.
All right, thank you for that. How would you describe the stickiness of this type of service? How willing are customers to switch platforms once they're set up in a system? Do you lose customers, or do most of the customers stick with the same provider?
I think it really depends on the platform where we discuss. I mean, we have 3 platforms. We have Lime Go, we have Lime CRM, and we have Userlike. And if you should generalize a bit, I mean, the more standardized and streamlined and the lower target group that you are targeting, more or less, the less sticky is the product. So if I look at Lime Go, and if we sell that to a 2-seats company or without any integrations, of course, the churn on that customer group will be higher. If I look at Lime CRM, which is, I would say, more of a very sticky product, because in all software, when you buy Lime CRM, you also buy an implementation, which means that you commit something from the customer side. You also have integrations. It could be integrations to ERP systems, integrations to web pages, and you more or less also have a bigger solutions. You're covering more areas. It could be ticketing, it could be marketing, it could be sales. So it really handles the really business critical processes. And in that sense, it's a very low churn. So if I look in our verticals, we are handling critical business flows, a lot of integration and quite big implementations. The churn is very low. And so it will depend on that. But of course, we lose customers as everyone. And I would say the main thing is that you really need to get the customer going. So they start using the software so that they get value for their investment. And with a subscription model, you more or less have that opportunity on a yearly basis to renew or not. But it's a quite big thing to replace the systems as well.
Mm. Yes, and speaking of your 3 different products, how would you describe their potential in relation to each other growth-wise?
If we look at the revenue split today, we have Lime Go then around 4%, you have Lime CRM around like 76%, and you have User like of around 10%. And then everyone is calculating, you miss a couple of percentage, that's old platforms. But if you look at Lime Go, I think it's a fantastic product, but we need to have a better go-to-market strategy. And that's something that we've been working on, strengthening their organization in 2022, investing more on the engineering side, but also marketing and building a good customer success and sales team. So I have... I think, and that's really what we are working for, to have a stronger sales growth in Lime Go going forward. If I look at the Lime CRM, it's a product that is really strong on the market today, and I think that we have great potential because it's a good mix between what the standardized softwares can do, streamlined softwares on the low end, but also the bigger softwares, like, big enterprise softwares, and we take the best from both of those worlds and put in the middle. So it's really like a flexible platform, but you don't need as much consultancy to implement it as you need with the big ones. And if you look at User-like, I think we have a great potential in User-like. We have, as I said, great references already on the German market today, but we have a potential to expand going forward User-like to more countries, both going south and also up here in the north.
All right, interesting. So if you look at the coming year or so, do you have any main goals for the next 12 months?
No, but I think we've been touching it a little bit on what I wasn't really satisfied with in Q1, and I think we need to improve our performance on the areas outside of Sweden, rest of Europe, which is the area what we call it. So I think that's something that we work, and I would like to see gradually improvements going forward in those areas. It's nothing that you fix on a weekly basis and so on, but it's constant improvement that I would like to see. So that's one area. I also think that we have been investing a lot in our software in 22, and we rebuilt our marketing function in 22. So I also would like to see a better performance on the marketing side, and to help us to become the more international company that we want to be. So that's one area. And on the product side, I mean, doing the investments, that's something that would help us to have a more competitive product going forward. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Nils.
That's
all we have time for. And thank you all for listening.
Thanks.
Hi, and welcome back. My name is Gonzalo Artiach. I'm a healthcare equity analyst here at ABG Sundal Collier. The next company presenting is Bull Diagnostics. And with us, we have here today Jesper Söderqvist, the CEO. Jesper, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Gonzalez, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. My name is Jesper Söderqvist. I'm here together with our CFO, Jan Benjaminsson. So, Bull Diagnostics, let's see if we can, here's a standard disclaimer. So Bull Diagnostics is a global niche player addressing the decentralized market of hematology diagnostics. We provide both instruments and consumables, both to the human and the veterinary market. We have a very attractive business model where instruments installed use consumables for the lifetime of the instruments. And thanks to this business model and a large installed base, we have a large portion of recurring revenue. And today I will talk about some of our business development activities that are ongoing near term. But of course, I will also talk about the investments we're doing in the new product platform to secure the long-term growth and the profitability of Bull. So we address the decentralized hematology market. If you look at the overall hematology market, which includes large laboratories, university hospitals, the market value is about 85 billion Swedish crowns. About 10% of that market is smaller physician office lab, vårdcentraler in Swedish, smaller rural hospitals and laboratories. They typically use benchtop analysis, and that is the market that Bull is addressing. The market value is about 8 billion Swedish crowns. The growth in this segment is fairly modest. However, what we experience since we addressed a lot of the emerging markets is that the market is actually growing faster. Another way to look at the hematology market is to look at what type of instruments are sold. So you can also divide the number of the instruments in how well you can measure the white blood cell population, which divides the market in 3-part and 5-part. Today, our business is mainly in the 3-part segment. However, we see that there's a clear shift towards the 5-part segment, where it started with larger laboratories measuring the white cell blood population more precisely. But we also see this shift also in the decentralized segment. There's no data on how much of instruments are sold in the decentralized between 3-part and 5-part. But if we look at the overall market, about 75% of the instruments were 5-part instruments. So you can see now when we are now developing our platform to have a stronger product offering in the 5-part segment, that will fuel the growth also for our decentralized sales. Last year, a little bit like 10% was in the veterinary market, where we provide instruments to the veterinarians. That market is about the same size as it's about 3 billion Swedish crowns, so it's smaller, but the growth is larger. And what I will talk about today is that we are strengthening our product offering in the veterinary segment, and we also have some new partnerships so that we can grow also in the veterinary segment. So Bull is unique in that we develop both the instruments and all the consumables. We have a product portfolio which consists of both 3-part and 5-part instruments, both for the human and veterinary market. And we also have a clinical chemistry instrument for the veterinary market. For the 5-part instruments we have today are entry-level instruments. And our flagship products are in the 3-part market. And that is also where we have the majority of the sales. Our current 3-part offering has some unique features, such as a very compact autoloader, which gives a walk-away solution for higher volume laboratories. And we also have unique ways to aspire blood. And one patented feature that we have is the micropipette adapter, where you from a single drop of blood can do a complete blood count. The consumables used with our instruments is locked to instruments with an RFID security lock, so that we can control the quality of the testing, but it also means that we protect the consumable revenue from our installed base. Thanks to our development and production capabilities, we have also secured and supplies of white label sales to other hematology providers, which we refer to as the OEM consumables. And that is today started being around 10% of our revenue, and it's now growing quite fast. So if you look at our business model, it has two main components. One is this razor blade model, where we place instruments that use consumables for the lifetime of the instruments. The other is that we use an indirect business model, where we use distribution partners to market, sell, install, and service our instruments, which means that we really have global reach. We're present in more than 100 countries, and we have some 200 distributors. However, working with distributors is extremely important to be close to the market. Therefore, we have also a number of sales offices in select geographies that really understand the business dynamics, understand the reimbursement systems, and work very closely with the distributors, and also help out with larger tenders. Last year, we started to expand in Middle East and Africa, and that is something which I think will continue to help our growth in the 3-part segments until we launch our 5-part instruments. Today, we estimate that about 152 million diagnostic tests are done on our installed base every year. That, together with our OEM consumable sales account, gives us that we have about 60% of our revenue, our recurring revenue, in terms of consumables. What is also unique with Bull is that we have a multi-brand strategy, where we use a single platform and have 2 product brands in the human market, so that we can penetrate certain markets with dual channels, and that has proven very well. And the 2 strong product brands we have there is Medonic and Swelab. For the veterinary market, we use Exigo. So with this multi-brand strategy, we have been able to penetrate some of the key markets significantly better than with a single brand. So the business model, I think, is best described with this slide. So here you can see the blue bars is the number of instruments placed quarter by quarter during the last 5 years. And as you can see, we have quite a lot of variation in the number of instruments sold and placed every quarter. Whereas the consumable revenue, which is the red line, which is rolling 12 months revenue from consumables, has grown every year until the pandemic hit, and when the decentralized testing stopped for 2020. But now we have seen, since the early 2021, we have seen a continuous growth. And you can see now that we have our consumable sales are back at above our pre-pandemic levels. And but for the instruments, we continue to see this variation. However, the consumable revenue is stable and growing quarter by quarter. If you look at our OEM consumables, which accounted for about 50 million Swedish crowns on a yearly basis some 2 years ago, it has doubled over the last 2 years. And that is thanks to some new OEM agreements. Some of them were with OEM clients that we have had in the past. But we have worked for several years to develop consumables to their new products. And when they launch the products, we benefit from the growth. This is very secure revenue, and typically the supply agreements is for the initial period is 10 years with an extension for another 10 years. And the lifetime of this type of product is typically 20 years. So once you have launched this product, it is very cost effective to sell. And this is something where we started to dedicate resources to some 2 years ago. And we're now starting to build a funnel of some new OEM clients. Many of them are still small, But a few years from now, I expect at least one or two of them to be bigger, so we can continue to see growth in this segment. So looking a little bit about the financials here and now. Some 3 weeks ago, we presented our results for the first quarter of this year. And some of the highlights was that we improved the profitability. We've had a couple of tough years, but we have taken a number of measures which really start to deliver results, which I'm very pleased with. As you know, after the pandemic, there was a couple of years now with a lot of disruption in the supply of components. And the last 2 years, we have spent a lot of money buying particularly electronic components in the spot market, which has hampered our profitability. We see now that the supply chain are normalizing, and that's very comforting to see. But we have also launched an efficiency and saving program in the beginning of the year, which started to give results. Last year, we started to work with Fujifilm. Fujifilm has ambition to become a provider of in vitro diagnostics in the veterinary market. And we have they started to sell our veterinary instrument H400 last year in 3 countries in Southern Europe. After the first installations, they received very positive feedback, and we've had also a very good collaboration with Fuji. So beginning of this year, they expanded this distribution agreement to an additional 5 countries in Europe. So they're now selling our veterinary solutions in 8 countries in Europe. And that's a market where we've had poor coverage for distribution to the veterinary market. So that, I think, is something that will generate sales growth, short term, already this year. And also, we will also launch a new product in the veterinary for the veterinary segment, a 5-part instrument. I'll come back to that already in the second quarter of this year. So we will start to see sales during the second half of this year. So a little bit of the financial summary where we are here and now. As you could see, we have seen growth of consumables, quarter by quarter over the last 2 years. The growth was a bit hampered, but the good thing is that we now increased our profitability. Compared to first quarter last year, our gross margin increased by 3.3 percentage points and 1.5 percentage point versus the last quarter last year. So we're on a good trajectory to improve our profitability. Also, the EBIT increased by 1.1 percentage points. We still have some way to come to our financial targets, but I feel that we have a plan to move towards that as the world has normalized around us. We invested quite a bit of money in our new product platform, 15 million in the quarter, and we had a negative operating cash flow, and that was mainly due to that we had deliveries late in the quarter, so the operating receivables increased this quarter. And we have now seen that many of those customers have paid now during the second quarter. So we have a strong offering, even if that is a smaller portion of our business. So we have a Exigo H400 is our veterinary hematology instruments. It's a 4-part instrument. It's very cost effective. It's very well liked by our customers. We also have a complementary smaller clinical chemistry analyzer, Exigo C200. But just as in the human market, there is a demand and a requirement for 5-part instruments. Therefore, we have developed a entry-level 5-part instruments together with a partner that will be launched now in the end of the second quarter, so that we can start to see revenue from the third quarter. This H50V will be launched in the end of mid this summer, and Fuji will be one of the customers distributing this instrument in Europe. So very exciting. It's been several years since Bull launched a new product, so I'm very pleased that we've come to this milestone, and that will help us also generate growth short term. But of course, our most important strategic investment is in the new product platform. where the first instrument will be a advanced 5-part instruments with an autoloader, so it will be suitable for high volume testing. So typically sites going up to 90 tests per day. So the benefit of that is, of course, that it will generate more tests. It will also generate more expensive testing. So as we install this, it will drive our recurring revenue on consumables. But rather than me talking about this product, I thought I will try to show you a movie and have our product manager talk a little bit about what we're doing right here and now. Oh. Wow.
Well, the realization of the new hematology system proceeds really well, and the performance looked great compared with the reference system. Many technologies are also improved with the new systems. For example, the pulse processing that used to be analog is now digital, resulting in much better identification of the cells, which is especially visible on the red cells. The instrument also features 5-angle laser optics that will take the white cell differential and retics count to a whole new level. The system will also be supported by a data management software that will allow our customers to remotely monitor system performance. The new concept moves Bull from being a product provider to being a solution provider.
We have come here to the lab in the US at CDS in Florida, and we have just delivered the first A2 instruments to CDS.
Now we want to show you how we run a sample in the new instrument. We scan the barcode, and now we are ready to run. You can see an example of a blood front on the new A2 instruments. We can see how the populations look distinguishable in the scatter, which is what we like to see. Here we have an example of the high-ready control. This control was actually manufactured by the manufacturing department here in the US. We're happy to see that in this new iteration of the instrument, we can see a clear separation between the RBC population and the retic analog population.
Yeah, so with this new technology platform, we really, will take a step forward in having new technology. But of course, it's all about money, and I think so. In addition to kind of the additional benefits for the users and the connected instruments, it will also give us operational improvements when we move into a new technology platform, and we will move all our products to use the same, technologies. So it will really help us with being more efficient, both in production, but also in terms of bringing new innovation to market as we launch this platform. This product has been not only about building technology, but we have also kind of increased the capabilities of the company when it comes to developing new products. So this is, the first release will just be the starting point of the benefit of this platform, and we will come up with additional releases. And the development of new products will be much faster when you have up-to-date technology and everything in good order. And of course, the benefit of this is of course that we can address the entire 5-part market. And we talked about how important we see this shift going from 3-part to 5-part. So becoming a complete 5-part supplier will really help our growth. And it will also help our distributor to have a wider portfolio, so they can actually capture more customers. And of course, for us, it's also important that we can really attract some of the high-end, the best distributors in the industry. And they, of course, want to make sure that and see that we have a pipeline of new products coming. Bear in mind that everything in healthcare and life science, it's when we talk about rapid changes, it's a shift that takes 7-8 years because it takes a long time to shift. But that's the kind of horizon we need to have when we develop the markets and we work with our distributors. And of course, we will with this also be able to penetrate new markets. And with this, when we modernize our product platform, we will also have, move more sales into some of the more mature markets, such as, Europe and North America, where, the pricing and margins are better. So, looking very positive to the future, both short term with some of the initiatives that we are driving, but also longer term. So this platform will start to generate significant revenues in 2025. But looking at our performance, as you know, it's been a couple of tough years, and with a lot of headwinds. First, the pandemic, where there was the testing in the decentralized market stopped during the pandemic, and then following that we had the supply chain issues. The good thing, I think, is some of the headwinds that we've seen in the last few years is regarding logistics and supply chain. It has really normalized. So I think we could take that headwind off the plate, which is really good. Of course, the geopolitical instability is something we have to live with here and now, and we have to master. Last year, Russia's war in Ukraine created a lot of, for us it has had a direct effect because we had business in Russia that is now declining. But overall, the markets in Europe are, didn't perform as expected. And we now see that there is, some headwinds when it comes to emerging markets, their currency. There's some limitations on payments. So we see that there are some delays in business. So that's something we have to live with. Another big effort we did last year was to implement the new European regulatory framework, the IVDR. And that was actually a big effort for us that we now have behind us. We were one of the few companies that both had our QMS, the quality management system, approved with IVDR by the notified body. But we also took our 3-part products through the complete process. So they are now CE marked with IVDR. And if you have studied us, we also had some 2 FDA inspections last year. And the one in Sweden passed very well, with very small observations. And we had a number of observations in the US that we have now addressed. So I really feel that we can really spend time on other things going forward. So of course, if you look at what we're doing now in our operational priorities, we want to grow our business. We want to increase the value of our users and distributors. And we're doing that by investing in new product portfolio, but also in the way we work and how we collaborate with our distributors. One priority is, of course, to industrialize and bring this new product platform to market. But we also have a lot of focus now on improving the profitability and the cash flow short term. We did some headcount reductions in the beginning of the year. We have a efficiency and saving program in place that's starting to deliver. And we increase, digitization. We're also working with our team. When you operate in this pretty volatile environment, it's important to have an agile, customer-focused, passionate team. And I think we've done some good changes in the last 6 months. We have done some changes in the executive team. We have elevated how we work with talent management and driving performance culture in the company. And we're really building this clinical and technology expertise to take the bull to the next level. And of course, a very important, we should not bear in mind that there has been a couple of years we haven't been able to travel, where there's been very little attendance to trade shows. Now you can actually go out and meet customers, and that really is creating both opportunities, but I think it's also creating a lot of energy in the entire organization, not only for us, but also for our distributors. So that's really helping. We are determined to hit our financial targets, and I will push until we do. We're not there yet, but we see that we're moving in the right direction. To make sure that this happens, we have a passionate and experienced team, which I think with relevant experience to make sure that we can deliver on the different priorities. And we're also guided by a very seasoned and experienced board. So I'm very positive about the future. So going forward, we have a number of business development activities short term when it comes to new partnerships in Europe for veterinary. We're signing up new distributors in Middle East and Africa. We are launching a new product in the veterinary space. And our long-term growth and profitability will be driven by our new product platform. So thank you very much for your attention. And I open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jesper, for such a nice presentation. And now we have time for one question. So I would like to ask you now. I mean, you showed this very nice video of your new part, the 5-part instrument, and I was wondering, like, now your system will be more advanced, more digital, and you're saying that you will aim to target more mature markets, let's say US, European market, but also you're seeing quite a good momentum in countries like, well, in regions of Africa and Middle East. What are the plans for these regions? Are you still planning to push the 3-part instrument even if the 5-part instrument is out? Or what is the market strategy you have there?
No, I think we will continue. I mean, the 3-part market is really, the 3-part instruments are dominating the decentralized market. And in particular in the emerging markets, the 3-part instruments dominate. So we will continue to push, and we will continue to sell the 3-part instruments, and the 5-part instruments are coming on top of that. And that's, and then of course we will push more for the new products into the more mature markets.
Okay, now that's clear. And one last question to close down. You are saying that your target for the year is to increase profitability, and you're running this savings program to achieve that. Could you explain us or give us some color? What are the actual plans you're moving forward in order to increase this profitability for the year?
So the focus is a lot to reduce OPEX and being more efficient. So we have taken out people and we are changing the way we're working to be more efficient, to do more with less. But there's also a lot of focus on reducing the cost of goods sold, particularly for the instruments. We have had now a number of years when it had a very difficult supply situation. So a lot of the focus from purchasing and development has to just keep the wheel spinning. Now, when the market is normalizing, we have initiatives to reduce COGS. So that will be the main activity this year.
Great, very clear. Jesper, thank you very much for being here today with us and for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Hej och välkomna till sista presentation för dagen. Mitt namn är Erik Kassel, hälsovårdsanalytiker här på ABG. Och jätteglad att ha med mig AdLife idag och Fredrik Dahlborg som ska presentera bolaget. Tänkte inte ta upp något mer av din tid, så varsågod.
Tack så mycket Erik, trevligt att vara här. Tack för att ni är här och lyssnar, även fast det är sista sessionen på dagen. Kristina Rubinhag här också, CFO från AdLife. Så vi ska försöka svara på alla frågor som ni kan tänkas ha. Och ni kan gärna ta dem efter presentationen. Då. Ja, så AdLife. Vi är numera ett ganska diversifierat europeiskt bolag. Naturligtvis med vår historik i Sverige och Skandinavien. Men på de senaste åren har vi expanderat utanför Skandinavien och har fått en närvaro egentligen i hela Europa, i cirka 30 länder. Och det här är naturligtvis någonting som ger en bra stabilitet och det är också fördelaktigt för oss att kunna nå kunder i hela Europa. Vi har 2 affärsområden, Labtech och Medtech. Labtech har faktiskt traditionellt sett varit det största affärsområdet, men på senare år med stora förvärv inom Medtech så har det blivit större. Vilket kanske också är logiskt eftersom Medtech är en större marknad. I de här affärsområdena så har vi diagnostik och biomedicin och forskning. Och på Medtech-sidan är det home care, men hospital är den absolut största affären. Vi är framförallt ett distribuerande bolag, men vi har också ett antal bolag som tillverkar och utvecklar produkter. Och vi har en position som är väldigt kundnära och det gör att vi kan hela tiden uppdatera vår produktportfölj med de produkter som kunderna efterfrågar i teknik och vårdutveckling. Så ni kan se här så har vi bolag som tillverkar och utvecklar och många som fokuserar på just distribution. Och sen säljer vi till kunderna i många kundgrupper via direktförsäljning, via upphandlingar och även i en större utsträckning via digitala kanaler. Så vi tror att det här är en väldigt bra position att ha. Vi är väldigt kundnära och har väldigt, väldigt stort serviceinnehåll också. Om man tittar lite grann på vad det är för produkter vi marknadsför så är det i hög grad en kombination av avancerade instrument som kompletteras med olika engångsprodukter av olika slag. Så det kan vara instrument för sepsis eller PCR-tester, blodgasanalys, genanalys av olika slag. Och till det här kommer då ofta olika typer av engångsprodukter som säljs kontinuerligt. Så det här ger en bra stabilitet i vår affärsmodell som många andra bolag i vår bransch också har. Om man tittar lite grann på hur året har sett ut för oss, vi rapporterade Q1 här för några veckor sedan, så har vi haft en riktigt bra start på året och vi är glada att se en ordentligt stark organisk tillväxt i båda affärsområdena. Vi har under en lång tid positionerat bolaget för det som kommer efter pandemin. Och redan i slutet av förra året så såg vi att sjukvårdssystemen började återhämta sig och kunna göra mer planerade operationer. Och nu ser vi det väldigt tydligt i våra siffror också. Man bör tilläggas att första kvartalet 2023 är det sista kvartalet då vi hade påverkan på ett signifikant sätt av covid-försäljning. Så att framöver så kommer den effekten att försvinna. Men den märks fortfarande tydligt i jämförelsesiffrorna för oss i första kvartalet 2023. Och som jag nämnde, en fin organisk tillväxt i båda affärsområdena och vi ser också en positiv marginalutveckling. Vi tittar lite mer på covid då, så kan ni se att covid-försäljningen har varit signifikant för oss i 2020, 2021 och även lite grann i slutet här när vi såg en ny variant av viruset komma första kvartalet 2022. Men efter det så har det varit relativt lite. Så eftersom de här covid inte testas för på samma sätt längre, det finns inte samma behov eller krav och dessutom så ingår covid-tester numera allt oftare i en panel av tester. Så särredovisar vi från och med Q1 inte längre covid-försäljning. Men som ni kan se, det har varit en stor försäljning för oss, men nu lägger vi det där bakom oss. Tittar man på första kvartalet så kan man se att vi som sagt tappade kring 0,5 miljard i covid-försäljning jämfört med föregående år. Men organisk tillväxt, förvärv och även faktiskt valutor hjälpte oss att nästan kompensera för det. Så vi fick ett tapp på bara 5% på totalen, men den organiska tillväxten var 12%. Tittar man på lönsamhetsutvecklingen så naturligtvis så försvinner då covid-försäljning här. Men i medtech så ser vi att den starka tillväxten i hög grad kompenserar för det här. Inte fullständigt men i hög grad. Tittar man på organiska tillväxten, om man tar bort covid-19 från det här, så kan man se att medtech-affärsområdet har haft en lite nedtryckt organisk tillväxt under covid, vilket inte är konstigt för att den normala sjukvården har gått lite grann på sparlåga och antalet planerade operationer har varit lågt. Men nu kan man se Q3, Q4, Q1 en ordentlig upphämtning, precis som vi hade väntat oss. Tittar man på den gröna linjen, Labtech, den fluktuerar lite upp och ner, men den har ständigt legat på en god nivå. Och där kan vi se att även den är hälsosam på 10% i kvartalet. Så Labtech, som har hela tiden haft en bra rull på sin verksamhet även exklusive covid, och nu kommer medtech igen när situationen i vården normaliseras. Om man tittar på EBITDA-marginalen på gruppnivå så är den i en positiv trend om man tar en startpunkt i 2022, tredje kvartalet. Och här är en annan bild som visar marginalerna lite över tid. Och den blå linjen är medtech. Den har legat 8-10% innan covid och kanske och något högre sedan dess och är nu inne i en positiv trend de senaste kvartalen. Tittar man på den orangea linjen som är Labtech, så har den haft en väldigt stark boost utav covid-försäljningen under de kvartalen det var aktuellt. Nu kommer den ner igen, men fortfarande ligger den lite över den marginalnivå vi hade innan pandemin. Ja, så om man tittar lite grann på trenderna som vi ser i marknaden då, så är vi nu inne i en postpandemisituation och elektiv kirurgi eller planerad kirurgi kommer igång ordentligt på ett sätt som vi hade hoppats få att se, och nu är det väldigt, väldigt tydligt för alla våra marknader som vi är aktiva i. Och vi ser det också om man sneglar på konkurrenter, så kan man tydligt se att elektiv kirurgi kommer igång. Många bolag rapporterar stark organisk tillväxt. Samtidigt så finns det problem med bemanning i sjukvården, så det håller tillbaka lite grann. Det finns långa vårdköer. De kan inte hanteras på kort sikt, utan det kommer bli ett lite mer långsiktigt arbete att ta igen den här vårdskulden som finns. Och där jobbar vi naturligtvis med sjukvården att hitta mer effektiva lösningar. Det handlar till exempel om titthålskirurgi och sådana saker som gör att man kan skicka hem patienten snabbare efter ett ingrepp. Men även om hjälp med hemvård och den typen av produkter som kan få folk att få vård i hemmet, alternativt bo hemma längre. Allt det här, så liksom den brist som finns på personal tillsammans med ett tryck som ständigt finns på budgetar, och i Sverige kan man se att i regionerna så är det risk för att man går med underskott framöver. Så det börjar också bli ett tryck på en effektivitet och bra medicinsk outcome av de procedurer man gör. Och här kan vi också hjälpa vården på många sätt. Vi ser distributörer, många små distributörer konsoliderar, går ihop. De har utmaningar med kapitalkrav som finns. Även nya regler och krav för medical device och diagnostik gör att det blir lite betungande för mindre distributörer. Det här är någonting som vi har sett länge och det accelererar nog. Och det är också en styrka för vår modell. Vi är ju en stark ägare till mindre distributörer, och det vill vi fortsätta vara. Samtidigt ser vi att det finns några större spelare som också är aktiva på marknaden, och där förefaller det röra på sig lite grann i ägarledet. Så att vi ser någon marknad som ritas om lite grann framöver, och vi ser att vår affärsmodell i hög grad bekräftas av det vi ser nu. Samtidigt ser vi att en hel del av de större tillverkande bolagen har kanske byggt på sig lite för mycket kostnad under covid och är nu i en fas där de drar ner på personal. Det ser vi många fall av i de individuella länderna. Och vi ser också att man börjar se över sina affärsmodeller och kanske krymper portföljerna lite, fokuserar portföljerna. Och allt det här ger oss nya möjligheter. Dels vi kan anställa duktigt folk, vi kan ta över kundrelationer ibland när bolagen som håller på med nedskärningar blir ofokuserade. Dessutom så kan vi säkert i många fall ta över nya produktportföljer som de större bolagen idag inte tycker det är fokusområde längre. Så att det här är en spännande marknadssituation, det händer mycket och vi tycker vi har många goda möjligheter att ta fasta på här. Så om man tittar lite grann på vår affär så är det viktigt att tänka på att vi har en stor stabilitet i affären. Jag visade tidigare en bild på vår exponering till ett 30-tal marknader i Europa, vilket ger en stabilitet. En annan faktor är de många segmenten vi är inne i. Och här ser ni varje bubbla här representerar en nischmarknad vi är inne i inom medtech och labtech respektive. Så vi har valt våra marknadspositioner i smala nischer där vi har en god position och kan påverka pris och annat. Och det ger också, den bredden av nischer ger även en stabilitet för oss. Sen tittar man lite grann på vår industri som helhet så är den ju ganska konjunkturokänslig. Så i den vänstra grafen här kan man se den gråa kurvan visar BNP-utvecklingen som ju i det här fallet dippade då i samband med finanskrisen och dippade igen i samband med covid-pandemin. De orangea staplarna visar då hur mycket pengar som spenderas på healthcare i Europa. Och där ser man ju väldigt tydlig stabilitet och den blå kurvan visar tillväxten i healthcare spending. Så även om det blir en lågkonjunktur och BNP rasar så kan man vara ganska säker på att healthcare spending fortsätter att vara stabil. Och om man tittar för oss då, vi blev ju noterade 2016 men vi kan titta längre bak på de bolagen vi har i vår portfölj. Och man kan se att vi har haft en väldigt stabil och stark tillväxt över tid. Här i lönsamhetskurvan ser lite speciell ut men här igen har vi covid-effekterna som slog in. Men vi är ju i en väldigt positiv underliggande trend. Så sammanfattningsvis då så har vi har positionerat bolaget för under en längre tid för det som ska hända efter pandemin. Och nu ser vi att den strategin fungerar. Vi ser att den underliggande tillväxten kommer starkt. Vi ser i alla våra marknader att elektiv eller planerad kirurgi växer kraftigt. Vi ser till exempel inom ortopedi, anestesi, laparoskopi, vilket är titthålskirurgi eller titthålsdiagnostik och även general surgery där vi har en hel del produkter. Det här är en stor del av vår affär inom medtech. Som sagt, en stark organisk tillväxt både i medtech och labtech och vi ser att marginalerna är i en positiv trend. Naturligtvis hjälpt av volym men även av produktmix. Ett aktivt arbete med priser i en miljö där vi har inflation och prishöjningar från våra kunder eller från våra leverantörer. Och vår affärsmodell ger en stabilitet i tillväxt och lönsamhet och kassaflöde. Och vi har också under de senaste månaderna stärkt upp vårt kommersiella team för att reflektera den mycket större storlek vi idag har på bolaget än för några år sedan. Och också för det vi planerar för i framtiden. Det vill säga fortsatt stark tillväxt både organiskt och förvärvad. Så våra prioriteringar i det korta perspektivet är naturligtvis att försvara och förbättra vår lönsamhet. Och efter det så kommer organisk tillväxt högt på listan. Generera kassaflöde både för tillväxt men också för att betala ner på skulden som vi har. Och förvärv har ju varit vår strategi sedan bolaget bildades och det kommer att fortsätta vara. Vi kommer att titta på bolag, framförallt små och medelstora bolag som har varit vår spjutspets och vår speciella kompetens tidigare. Det kommer bli fokuset framöver och vi har definierat ett antal segment och geografier där vi vill göra den typen av förvärv. Vi har en historik från de senaste åren av att göra lite större förvärv men det kommer vi inte göra i närtid utan nu är fokuset på organisk tillväxt och på mindre tilläggsförvärv. Så med det sammanfattar jag presentationen och öppnar upp för lite frågor.
Toppen. Tack så mycket Fredrik. Tyvärr har vi ingen mick att skicka till publiken så det blir jag som får hålla i frågestunden. Och vi har ganska gott om tid för frågor, sa min klocka till mig. Och vad som är framförallt på tapeten nu när jag pratar med er är skuldsättningen i AddLife. Så med tanke på att vi har så mycket tid skulle du kunna gå in lite på bakgrunden till varför skuldsättningen ser ut som det gör. prata om förvärv och kanske även rörelsekapitalet och varför det är som det är nu.
Absolut, det är en bra fråga som ofta kommer upp. Så vi har idag en skuldsättning på debt to equity som är ungefär 1. Det har gått ner lite grann från 1,1 i motsvarande kvartal. Men tittar man på debt to equity eller net debt to EBITDA så är den 3,7, vilket är lite högt tycker vissa och kanske även vi. Det här grundar sig i det faktum att vi har gjort ett antal större förvärv under de senare åren. Och i huvudsak är det för att positionera oss väl för den period som kommer efter pandemin där vi förväntade oss att se en stark ökning i planerad kirurgi. Och den marknadsutvecklingen händer ju nu också och vi ser att den strategin fungerar. Under den här tiden så köpte vi lite större bolag än normalt, men det var också en viktig del i vår approach att gå ut och verkligen etablera oss ordentligt ute i Europa och göra det ordentligt i Storbritannien och Irland, i Sydeuropa och delvis i några nya segment som vi gärna vill in i. Så vi har under några års tid gjort några större förvärv just för att få den här europeiska närvaron och för att kunna dra nytta av marknadsförutsättningarna efter pandemin. Så med det så tog vi på oss lite mer skuld än normalt kanske. Men samtidigt så har vår skuld gått lite grann upp och ner över tid. Och vi har en modell som möjliggör för oss att växa baserat på egna kassaflöden. Vi genererar minst 1 miljard i kassaflöde varje år. Så att vi har väldigt stabila kassaflöden som vi kan använda för både reduktion av skulden och för förvärv.
Ja, man skulle kunna kalla det bra plattformar för att göra de här mer traditionella förvärven och köpa små bolag.
Exakt.
Nu är det Tyskland, Storbritannien och liknande. Men när blir ni bekväma med att börja med den typen av förvärv igen?
Ja, när vi tycker att skulden kanske är lite hög, skuldsättningen kanske är lite hög. Men vi är inte nervösa för det, för vi har den här stabiliteten i affären som jag nämnde tidigare. Baserat på vår geografiska position, våra nischer, stabiliteten i sjukvården. Så att det finns en väldigt låg operationell risk och med det kan man ta lite högre finansiell risk. Vi ser gärna att net debt to EBITDA kommer ner under 3 kanske. Men vi kommer liksom inte att stoppa allt tills vi är där. Utan vi kommer att allokera en större andel än vad vi tidigare gjort till att betala ner skulden. Men vi kommer fortfarande jobba aktivt med vår förvärvspipeline. Men då ser vi inte framför oss några större förvärv utan mindre förvärv som är vår liksom klassiska styrka. Mindre, små till medelstora bolag, gärna ägarledda. Och där har vi genom historien gjort många väldigt bra affärer och vi är väldigt attraktiva för den typen av bolag. Och dessutom är värderingsmultiplarna i den typen av bolag ordentligt mycket lägre än när man gör ett större förvärv.
Och snabbaste sättet att komma ner under 3 gånger, det tänker jag är genom rörelsekapitalet och få ner det igen.
Ja.
Om jag minns rätt så var ni 12-13% som andel av sales innan pandemin, var nu uppe så högt som 25%. Men är det strukturellt högre nu med tanke på att ni förvärvat så mycket inom medtech och behöver hålla kanske mer lager där, eller finns det ett sätt att komma tillbaks mot den här gamla nivån?
Ja, men det är en jättebra fråga. Det hänger ju delvis ihop med hur vår struktur var tidigare. Vi kan konstatera att labtechbolagen binder lite mindre kapital på grund av logiken i deras marknad. Medtechbolagen binder mer och det har att göra med att man ofta positionerar sig som en riktigt pålitlig partner till exempelvis kirurgerna. Så att när de behöver göra en operation med kort varsel och behöver specialistprodukter och kanske till och med hjälp i operationssalen så skickar vi dit folk och gör det, allt det där på väldigt kort varsel. Så vi erbjuder en fantastisk servicenivå till kunderna som de är beredda att betala för. Så vi har också väldigt fina marginaler på den typen av affär. Men det finns en komponent där som gör att det binder lite mer kapital också. Det finns också lite smålager ute på sjukhus och sånt. Så det finns en poäng. Affärsmodellerna ändras lite grann så vi binder lite mer kapital strukturellt än vad vi gjorde tidigare. Men det finns saker att förbättra. Vi ser att det har byggts upp en hel del buffertar under covid-perioden när det har varit mycket utmaningar i logistikkedjorna. Så det kan vi bli bättre på. Vi driver också ett antal effektiviseringsprojekt i bolagen vad det gäller kapitalbindning. Så det finns saker att förbättra, definitivt. Så det är delvis en strukturell effekt, delvis ett arbete som vi kan göra förbättringar på.
Ja, för hantering av rörelsekapital har ju verkligen varit signum för det här Bergman och Beving-bolagen historiskt.
Ja.
Är det en typ av disciplin som de här nya bolagen som är förvärvat i Tyskland och UK och liknande saknar?
Ja, det är fantastiska bolag som vi har förvärvat, men du har ju en poäng där. De bolag som vi har haft länge under vårt paraply, de har drillats i det här med en effektivitet i kapitalbindningen. Och det tar ju lite tid för det att slå igenom fullt. Så vi förväntar oss att de metoder vi har, både liksom i hur vi sätter våra mål och hur vi mäter våra bolag, kommer ge effekt, men även lite mer riktade initiativ som vi har påbörjat nyligen, där vi går in på djupet och jobbar med bolagen för att få till förbättringar. Så att det finns många metoder och spakar vi har att dra i för att förbättra. Så vi förväntar oss en förbättring, men det är viktigt att tänka på att bolagets struktur har också ändrats lite. Så det kommer nog kanske inte tillbaks till nivåerna innan de här större förvärven.
Ja, förstår. Sen, det har ju hänt ganska mycket med Labtech. Inte genom förvärv, det är ju hyfsat likt hur det var innan pandemin. Men man har haft en ganska bra marginalresa inom Labtech. För mig innan så pratade man om 10-12% marginal. Nu är Q1 13%. Har det hänt någonting strukturellt inom Labtech som gör att man kan hålla sig på den här nivån över det här intervallet när jag pratade om innan?
Ja, inom Medtech har det hänt mycket strukturellt. Massor av förvärv som ritar om kartan lite grann vad det gäller marginal. I Labtech har det inte hänt lika mycket. Vi har gjort ett antal förvärv, några fina bolag ute i Europa med bra kommersiell modell med en hög andel av försäljning via digitala kanaler. Så att det har hänt lite grejer, de bolagen går bra. Men man ska nog vara försiktig och dra för stora växlar på det där. Det har hänt saker. Bolagen har också varit i vår regi nu under längre tid, och vi jobbar kontinuerligt med att förbättra gradvis över tid. Så att den där gradvisa förbättringen händer mer med de nyförvärvade bolagen, men det är ingenting lika dramatiskt strukturellt som har hänt i Labtech som det har i Medtech.
Och min sista fråga innan jag tror tiden är slut. Ska se om jag lyckas formulera det på ett sätt som går att förstå. Jag har en bild av att det finns vissa bolag som starkt missgynnas av inflation och vissa som kanske till och med kan gynnas av det. Säg att den här inflationsmiljön som vi har nu, att det är lite högre än vanligt, och man är ett bolag som har väldigt bra price power mot sina kunder, men suppliers kanske inte har lika lätt att höja sina priser till er. Ser ni att det finns någonting strukturellt som kan tillåta er att höja priser först till era kunder och ta prisökningar senare, eller har ni sett det senaste året som då kanske gör att ni lyckas till och med få upp marginalerna i den här typen av miljö?
Ja, du har en poäng. Vi har ju en miljö och ett arbetssätt som är väldigt bra på just prissättning. Vi jobbar väldigt mycket med våra bolag med det, och de är väldigt duktiga på det. Vi har också, precis som du säger, vi har ju väl valda nischer där vi har starka positioner. Så att du har en poäng. Vi har möjlighet att höja priserna. Vi har också gjort det i ganska hög utsträckning. Samtidigt så kommer prishöjningar också till oss. Och då måste vi förhålla oss till. Ibland kan vi pusha tillbaka lite på dem, men de kommer. Och slutkunderna är inte alltid villiga att ändra priser heller. För i en väldigt hög utsträckning så har vi ju långa avtal. Det kan vara fråga om upphandlingar eller fleråriga avtal. Så att vi kan faktiskt inte alltid omedelbart höja priserna. Så att jag skulle säga att vi hanterar situationen väl. Bolagen är jätteduktiga med att hantera den här utmaningen. Det har öppnat upp för prishöjningar, vilket länge har varit lite tuffare. Det har varit i vissa segment en prispress. Nu kan man höja priserna igen, så det kan vara positivt. Men jag tror på det hela taget ska man nog inte förvänta sig att vi blir en vinnare på inflationen. Vi kommer hantera den och vi kommer försvara våra marginaler. Men jag tror inte vi kommer vinna på den. Det tror jag inte.
Okej, förstår. Ja, det var allt jag hade. Tack så jättemycket för att du fick presentera. Det är jättekul att höra om AdLife.
Tack så mycket. Tack för bra frågor och tack för att ni lyssnade.